There we go. Okay, so I just need to do it at 7:20. Well, that sucks. That sucks indeed. What is sucksies? What is suckies? I need to get rid of some things. Can't leave the stream. Why can't I leave the stream? That's so weird. Oh my. It says excellent collection. That's good. Eddie, I thought you weren't gonna make it. But you're here now. That's all that matters. Yeah. Well, I need to... Okay, so I got that set up. I've got the stream video reactor, whatever it's called, set up. Why did they name it Watch Together? Like GETHER. What the hell? It's like a weird thing. Anyway. Alright, so next up on the list is to simply put the chat on screen. Alright. Alright, so I gotta... I'm still at work. Oh, you're still at work. Oof. That is sad. I'm sorry, Eddie. I know, Eddie. I'm sorry, buddy. I wish life didn't do you this way. But it did me that way. And this was the only... What? Should be restored. What? Uh-oh. Did chat, like, get knocked out for a second there? Sorry. I didn't know I'd do that. Come on. You... Docs... Uh-oh. Oh, custom browser docs. Okay, here we go. YouTube chat, and URL. Bingo. All right, now apply. You'll watch it when you get home? Nice. All right, so I got the pop-out chat. Now what? Now what, Grand Wizard? Okay. Well, it's good to see that you'll watch this at home. That's okay. That's good. Do you see it now? No. No, it don't do that way. No, it don't do. That's not how I want chat to look. That would be ugly. And we don't like ugly things around here, okay? We like pretty... I don't know where I'm going with this. What do I do next, Grand Wizard? Chat, so I just need to find that. Bro, come on. Where is it? Where is it? It's... Where's YouTube chat? Oh, no. Oh, no, I did not practice at all. This is why I started at 5:30. Just drop by to say good luck, and this thing may keep your sanity intact. Gotta go back to work now. Peace. All right. Good. I hope for the best, Eddie. Okay. It's okay. You'll watch this at home. I'll shout you out a few times. Okay, buddy. And by the way, I may have used one of your pictures in my upcoming DmC Don't Make Cry video. You'll see. It'll be great. Not a picture per se, but you'll see what I mean. You'll like it. You'll like it. I'll tell you a few days in advance. I don't see it though. Timestamps, no. No. I do bid you a good work. Let me see. No, that messed it up even more. Sorry for all the people that are watching in the past. You're in the future. I mean, if you're in the future and you're watching this, you're probably gonna want to skip like a good 20 minutes. Oh man, I wish I practiced this beforehand. No. Okay, that's kind of weird, but I'll take it. Now I just gotta. How do I put you into the thing? But it's not there for me. But it's not there. At least I get to see the chat all the time I open OBS, which is cool. I like that. Oh, this is annoying. How messages you send will appear publicly. How nice. Let me see, does it show right there? Yeah, it does. But how do I show on screen? Man, I feel bad for all the people that are watching this in the future. It's just like, oh, it's just a madman rambling to himself as he tries to desperately make something work, but it don't work. This is so weird. No, but did I do something wrong? For those that are unaware, I'm trying to desperately trying to fucking put chat on screen. How do I find that? That's my problem. Oh, shoot. Ugh, man. Okay, let me see. Properties. I wonder how SK does this. I wonder how he does do this. Stream desktop. No, I don't want to transition. What the hell? Start recording. No. Settings, maybe? Video. Oh, I got that there. Output. Bro, I can't even. Oh, man. Stream. Might have to do this without chat on screen. Hey, what's up? What's up? Sorry, followed you on Twitter, by the way. Oh yeah, thanks for the follow on the Twitter. That's cool. That is very cool. I don't know. I don't really promote my Twitter a whole lot because I don't feel like I add too much of value sometimes, you know. You know. Here's your mother. Yeah, no. Please talk over that. Stream output. Output audio. But anyway, I'm glad that you're here. Oh shit, there's more people coming in. Oh no. And I still haven't set up the chat yet. No! Okay, well I see you guys from OBS, which is nice. I got that to work. I just need everything else to work. That would be nice. Hold on, let me see. Anyway, hey, what's up? Pedro. What's up, Pedro? How you guys doing? How is the chat doing today? Is chat doing good? We chilling. I've got an interesting stream for today. Oh boy. Did you say you're SK's brother? IRL? No, I'm not SK's brother. Whatever. I can't make it work. I'll have to do this next time, which sucks, but that's the way it be. Okay, so the story behind that is that I was one of my videos was on Colin's stream, right? And Colin and SK's group do not like each other back then. So I was at that time when I made that Batman Arkham Origins video. I did it with the intent of trying to be a bit like SK, Batnik, and TSV, you know. Try to approach it with the same analytical incentive. And every single person in that chat was like, is he related to SK? Is he SK's brother? That's like the number one thing that I saw on chat 100 times. So I just put it in my Twitter bio because of that. So now I'm officially SK's brother. Don't ask how that works, okay? It's not like we look totally different and our skin tones are totally different. But don't mind that. Don't mind that. Don't even mind that. Alright, well I can't set up chat, but I'll do it for next time, I swear it. Options. Get shareable link. Here we go. Alright, so now we need to post this on the good old Twatter. The Twatter. But I do like SK for somewhat, but he says in his in one of his recent videos that he's going to change up drastically. He says he's not going to do the long form videos and his style of criticism might change. Which is a little bit sad, you know. Because when SK hits the mark, he does well. But he's not going to be doing that anymore. We are live. Join. Okay, now we need to add the hashtags. Oh boy. DmC. Oh boy, I just moved something. This is what I gotta be careful of with these wires, man. These wires, they're coming after me. They're like Spawn. Everybody seen Spawn? You know, the guy with the chains? I don't know where I was going with this. What the hell? Alright, gaming. Sorry, we haven't officially started stream yet. Once I get Percival and Blast and all the others, we'll work it out, okay? Sorry, that's a dog barking in the background. Sorry about that. about to end this video's whole career. Oh, good to see you, Percival. I'll call everybody in a minute. Hold on. But first we need to, we still need to get everything worth talking about. So we got that. YouTube. We'll chill for a little bit before we start. Hopefully this won't drag on into the night, deep into the night, but we'll see. If it does, it does. I mean, I ain't complaining. Join. Let me add the periods that I always add, because I'm real like that. I'm a real one. Gaming, YouTube. By the way, I have a Burger King burger right here. You know shit's gonna go down when he gets a bacon burger. Whoa! I thought I asked for 2 smaller ones. What the hell? Oh well. YouTube. Stream. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we got that ready. So I got that. So much you... Damn it. Oh, man. Hold on, sorry, I haven't looked at the chat in a second, but I will in a second. Yes, send to 100 people. Sorry, I'll look at chat in just a second. Hold on. Alright, I haven't. Nothing worth noting. Okay, we'll get started here in a few minutes. I need to go here. Oh, Blast is already typing. Oh my god. He may need more time, which is okay. We can wait a little bit. Where I should go. Alright, so. Today, my fellow initiatives. Initiatives? What the hell? We're going to be doing things a bit differently. So, as you may have known, my Wi-Fi is a bit whack. My Wi-Fi is a big no-no. However, I have found a workaway around it. When I was talking to James, I noticed that if I do it on my computer, I get like a 20-30 second delay. It sucks. Whatever. Not the best. But I did find a brief workaway around it. And that is, I have Discord on my phone. Hold on. Let me show you guys. On my phone. See, look at that. So, which means I'll be projecting through the speaker of that while we talk. It isn't going to be the cleanest audio ever, but it's what we're just going to have to make do with. Which sucks, but it is what it is. Sorry. I'm just right now trying to promote this everywhere. I got an icy, by the way. I got a Coke icy. Let me see. So I got that. I don't want to promote there. I'll promote. Yeah, come on. Percival Blast. I know you guys just DM'd me. Okay, give me a second. I'm freaking out. Freaking out a little bit because I've got to find where I put these links at. These good old links. Do you guys do that? In every server I'm in, I just post like random shit. I just post. I have a certain servers that I just know that I show for. I'll look at the DMs in a second. Hold on. I'll look at the DMs in a second. I'll look at chat in a second as well. Just I'm gonna also post this in here and go with that and post here, here. There we go. Just in case people didn't get it. Just in case. Even though I spammed them. Guys, I gotta admit, for a small server that we're in, we talk way more than the average server that's that small. Because I've seen other servers where they are like twice as much as us, and they don't have nearly as much as the activity we do. We're just passionate people. What can I say? We're passionate people. We're just good old passionate boy. Okay, now I'll look at the DMs. Alright, Blast. You see this together. Alright, there we go. Alright, Percival, let's see. Alright, we'll start soon. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay. Only a server that talks as much, if not more, is OC. Yeah. OC server is pretty nice. I like all the people there. Damn, I'm late. No, you're not late. You're perfectly on time, actually. Perfectly on time. It is a bit weird. Can I move this somewhere else? I wonder. Sorry, guys. By the way, this is going to be at 720p. Like I said, the internet is no bueno, so I am making do. I am making do. Yeah, don't worry. You're not late. Once we get Percival and Blast, and when I say when we ready to go, we're ready to go. Probably just going to relax a little bit. First of all, how are you guys doing? You guys can message anything in the chat, honestly. As long as it's not racial slurs, homophobic slurs, or like slurs in general, then we're good. I'm planning a bomb threat. It's like, you know what? Based. Okay, I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna get arrested. Oh, look at that. The fourth chaser. Percival, I love you. Aw. Trevor. Oh, Trevor's Blast? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That's good. I do love Percival as well. Percival's a great guy. He's all cool and stuff. He's cooler. He's sick. He's with the homies. Great DmC4 Virgil player. He is certainly the best. Let me check DMs real quick. Consider me there. Okay. Blast, I know you're in the VC. We'll be there in a minute, okay? Let me just wait for some more people come in. Let me see. So we got this here. Copy, close. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm getting everything ready. You know, for a live stream, guys, this is hard to do. Hard to do. So don't worry. Anyway. Alright, so anyway. Y'all doing good? We've got a special show here tonight. While I talk. I'll eat a little. But I'll eat off screen, okay? You guys don't want to see. Like, I can't imagine watching streamers where they eat on stream. That's crazy to me. To me, that don't make no sense. I don't want to watch somebody eat on stream. But then again, here I am. So. We will get started here soon. I feel like I forgot some place where I'm posting. Where I posted the server at. I mean, not the server, the link. Whatever, I copied that already. Ginger mukbang win. Bro, I can't even, Blast. I can't even. Blast, I'm so glad to have you on this. I'll tell you this in person, but I'm glad that you're glad you're a part of this stream. You've been a great guy to talk to in the server, so I'm just glad for everybody is here. Alright, we're gonna wait like a little bit longer. I'll set a timer for like 5 minutes, and then we're gonna get into the Discord call, and then we're gonna start watching that horrendous, and I mean horrendous, straight horrendous video on DmC Devil May Cry. Got a notification for fucking Daniel Thrasher. Why? I'm not subscribed to him. I didn't ask for this. Oh, I need to go on the other account and then promote this. Hold on. Hold on. Join the fun. Yeah, there we go. I need to do something with this other Twitter account. For those that don't know, there was originally there was actually a point where there was 2 servers that were DmC Devil May Cry related. And that was the server that we currently have right now, and then the server that was under, what's his or her name? Alexa, something like that. Don't you dare. I'm having trouble. No, don't you.
Can you say that again?
No, never mind. I should have expected that. I should have expected that. Anyway. But yeah, there's 2 servers at one point, and I was a little bit jealous because the newer server was doing better. And then over time, they just kind of gave up, and then they just rolled into the Brotherhood. It starts with the Brotherhood. It will end with the Brotherhood, okay? There is no way there's going to be another DmC Devil May Cry server that beats me, okay? It's not possible. It's not happening. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. See, it's been 2 minutes, so 3 minutes, and then we'll get into the Discord call. In the meantime, did you guys see the trailer for the DmC Devil May Cry anime? I mean, not the DmC Devil May Cry, the DmC anime. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Why am I on Twitter? Oh yeah, promoting, right. I have schizo moments all the time. I did see the trailer. Yeah, so what do you think, Cole? Gray. What do you think? Yes, the new one, by the way. Blast. Yeah, it isn't canon, right? No, it's not canon for some reason. I don't know. It's funny enough, I was talking to Cheeb the other day on a live stream that he was doing. And, well, anime, yeah, I agree. So far. We'll see if it actually lives up to the expectations. But I was talking to Cheeb via stream, and he was like, he found it weird that they didn't have Ruben Langton back as the voice for the anime. And I have to say, like, I don't think they did that to disgrace him, because that's what Cheeb thinks. Cheeb thinks that it was a drama that they had in the past, that's the reason why. But I don't think that's the case. I think if you look at all these Netflix video game series, they all take iconic like voices and just throw them out. They do their own thing. Netflix like video game adaptations are like completely different. Like I don't think there's a single Castlevania actor that was in the games that transferred into the TV shows. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. So, of course, the same thing's going to happen to DmC. Which is sad, because I like Ruben Langton. I think he does a good job. So, I don't know, it's just weird. Like, the whole thing is weird. I don't know. We'll have to... Oh, God. So, since this is Netflix, and since their last series was Castlevania, yeah, Sonic Prime, Ubisoft, yeah. Oh my God, there's so many comments, okay. What if it's a reboot of the original series? Imagine. Oh, that would be funny. Maybe being managed by the same guy who directed and managed DmC Devil May Cry, because the music in the trailer... No, it's not the same person. It's totally different. Though it is inspired by elements of DmC Devil May Cry. It's not the same, though. Like what happens when it comes down to using things like actors and whatnot. Yeah, could be that. Hope it's a reboot. I mean, it's its own thing. That's at least what I understand. Okay, so the thing that people need to understand about when talking about the DmC anime for Netflix is that look at their past projects. And what I mean by that, I mean look at Castlevania in particular. Because the same people that worked on worked for Castlevania are the same people that are working on DmC. So we're probably going to see a lot of things. Now, what I am curious to see, this ought to be funny, I wonder if they'll quote-unquote go the woke route and, like, I don't know, make Dante gay or something. That would be funny. Because if people couldn't stand the politicalness of DmC Devil May Cry, there's no way they'll be able to handle, like, some black woman character. It'll be crazy. Because they did that with Castlevania. Like, one of the actors, I mean, not one of the actors, but one of the characters is literally, like, a former slave. And she's black, and they're all, like, touting freedom of revolution and death to the rich and other stuff like that. First season is mid. The first season is good. The rest is meh. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just like it. I liked it. I didn't love it. I thought it was okay. Let's see, turning into a beautiful black trans woman. Oh, man. They're going to do something like that, and you know it. She identifies as Meg/Cry. Oh, man. I feel like they're going to remake most of the DmC series because the anime, I don't know. If not, then DmC Devil May Cry 2. I just, like, even... That's the problem. As soon as this show releases, I know it's going to take influence from DmC Devil May Cry. And then all of a sudden, everybody's going to, like, go batshit insane. Like, the DmC community... Like, you saw how they freaked out over the guns in the trailer. Like, before we got footage of it, there were pictures of the guns, and they were the guns from the reboot. And everybody collectively lost their mind. It is ridiculous to me. I hope the writing is good, man. Please. Yeah, I hope so, too. That might be the chaser, at least, if they do. Per policy game, maybe. Dr. Magic, how we doing? Doing good, doing good. I'm glad that everyone's here. We're just hanging out. We're chilling. It's good that I can see everything via OBS right here. I'm sorry, guys. I tried my best to put the chat into the stream, but it is what it is. I'll have to make sure I do a better job next time. I don't see them doing DmC 6, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to do DmC 6 until a long time. And if there's another DmC game, please let it be a DmC 3 remake. That's all I want. Like... But then again, when I get the freestyle eventually, freestyle mode on the Switch, that'll basically be DmC 3 too, so... I think the writing will be good. I'll explain verbally later on. Okay, cool. I'll look forward to your take on the Netflix series. That'll be interesting. Yeah, everybody lost their mind about it. I don't know why. Like, just because... it has the reboot guns does not mean it is full on taking inspiration from DmC Devil May Cry. That just doesn't make sense. Like, I think what they're going to do, and this is the same thing that they did with Castlevania, is they're going to take multiple different elements of the games, and they're just going to combine them into one thing. That's what happens. It's not really a reboot. It was probably like an Elseworld story, basically. Dragon's Dogma, Time to Shine, baby. I heard it's good. I've heard that people like it, but Insuno just wants to work on Dragon's Dogma. That's why we're not getting a DmC 6 or a DmC 3 remake or whatever. It's because Insuno is the only one that is, like, for DmC, except for Ninja Theory, but Ninja Theory's under Microsoft now, and nobody trusts them with the IP, because, guys, they made, like, good stories and, like, gameplay that can easily be hopped onto, yet has good mastery skill, but guys, come on. I'm still glad we got DmC 5, but still. It's going to be like Dragon's Dogma, my beloved. I don't know why he loves that series so much, but then again, I haven't played it, so that's probably what I know. I hope it's DmC Devil May Cry 2, but if they're going to remake the series, they have to start with 3. They can start new, yeah. D&D is Insuno's baby, to be fair. Yeah, it is. I think that's what it is. Because the thing about DMC is that he inherited the series after 1. It was a mess that not he made, but like a mess that he was a part of during DMC 2. So he felt like he had to like make up for it in the next few games. You know, it's not his series. In the same way Dante's not his character. DMC 6 will be like in 2030 or so. Dude, it might as well be. It might as well be at this point. Insuno made D&D, yep. I would worry that DMC 6 will be another reboot. It probably will be. We'll start with Nero or something like that. I mean, guys, the sad part about DMC, I know that we're all DMC fans, but the sad part about it is that the people at Capcom just, like, they don't really care about the series. Like, at all. Like, they don't understand it. The only person there that's going to fight for it is probably the people from Ninja Theory, but they aren't a factor anymore. So that only leaves Insuno. And Insuno just wants to do Dragon's Dogma. So, like, I don't know. Dragon's Dogma is to Insuno what DMC, oh my guys, defense, oh wait, hold on, video to you. It is. Dude, DMC Devil May Cry, that defense video is my baby, man. That's what, all these, like, DMC Devil May Cry videos are my baby. All the DMC videos in general. Like, I like to see most of my videos as my babies, but definitely I do take preference over the Ultimate Defense video. Okay, it's been 11 minutes. We'll jump in just a second. DMC has, like, several reboots. It might as well, dude. Because the amount of, like, different Dantes that we have is staggering. What do you think of Casey Edwards teasing that we... Okay, so here's the thing. I've heard about this. I saw the tweet. It's, for those that don't know, Casey Edwards made a tweet. He's like, what if I made more official DMC music? It's nothing, guys. I hate to say it, but it's probably nothing. Because I think that's Casey's... We share the same name. Ooh. Casey's way of trying to nudge Capcom into doing something for DMC, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're actually looking forward to another DMC related thing that he's working on. It's just, it's not a possibility at this point. I don't see it being likely, which is sad because a lot of people are getting themselves excited. They're like, oh, something for DMC's coming. It's not. It's probably not. I mean, like I said, we won't get anything until Dragon Dogma's 2 done. And then once that's done, maybe we'll get a DMC 6. DMC 6 will probably be a soft reboot. They will continue to bring, continues to bring from DMC Devil May Cry. I mean, we'll see. I mean, DMC 6 will probably be a soft reboot. I'm just a Hideki Kamiya fan. Oh, damn. That's fair. Sad that he left Platinum Games. Hello, guys. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad that we could all make it. You guys are in for a special video today. Woo, man. He wanted attention just a little. Damn. Well, I don't think he did this for attention. I think he's just trying to nudge Capcom into doing something. But again, I don't think that it's going to be anything. IDK about this, but I kind of wish that Ninja Theory developed a Spider-Man game in the same style as DMC Devil May Cry as a reboot. Yeah. Ninja Theory in general, I think, can handle like a superhero IP. Like I really want Ninja Theory to like make be a part of another big IP, but this time just give them the creative freedom and you'll be fine. Been looking forward to it? Yeah. I know, it's going to be a great stream. I mean, by the same direction, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ninja Theory need to get better projects. That's my only problem for Ninja Theory right now, is that they are stuck. Is Percival? Oh my god, Percival and Blast are both waiting. Okay. Let's not further delay any longer. So let's get started. Sorry, again, this is going to be on my phone. Maybe a Spider-Man game by Ninja Theory could be somewhat inspired by the Ultimate Comics. Yeah, that would be cool. But anyway, let's see what good old Blast, Fletcher, do you have an Xbox 360 or a PS? I have a 360. I have a PS4. I have an Xbox One. I have an Xbox Series S. And for my birthday, I plan to get a Nintendo Switch to play the free mode or whatever it's called for DMC 3. Unironically, Spider-Man is as a hacky splash. Yeah, it should be. Like, a lot of superheroes could do really well. Like, another character that I was thinking a lot about was, if any of you guys ever seen My Hero Academia, that would work as the perfect character action game. You've got multiple quirks that Deku has. You got the friends that can like act as like either other characters or side characters or like companions, like how it works in Hi-Fi Rush, stuff like that. What is it about DMC Don't Make Cry that makes you such a fan? This is a tough question, but I think has a pretty simple answer, and that's because Ninja Theory's style permeates through all of it. So, if you don't know, I've played all the Ninja Theory games. I consider myself a big fanboy of Ninja Theory, and you can see like every detail that they make gameplay wise is built up into DMC Devil May Cry. So like even things like the Angel and Demon mode, that didn't come from DMC originally, actually. That came from Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword originally had a very similar system to what DMC Devil May Cry had. Some of the animations, wind-ups, and certain moves are straight out from Enslaved Odyssey to the West. And then it's the fact that you can pick up the game easily. There's a high skill ceiling, even though it's easy to pick up. And generally, I think the story is pretty underrated because it builds a very good foundation. So story, good foundation, gameplay, easy to get into, easy to master. I think it's the perfect DMC game for people to get into. DMC 5 is close, but DMC 5 you have to know all the previous knowledge about the other games just to get into it. Because if you play DMC 5 without playing the other games, you're going to be so lost. Like, I know there was, what's his face? Oh, shoot, it'll come to me. Oh, Under the Mayo. He started off by playing a little bit of DMC 4 and then straight up skipped into DMC 5. He had no idea what the story was about. But anyway, you should get a chance. You should get Splatoon for your 360. It's like a Nintendo reboot on a retro game series that got Ninja Theory treatment. Ooh, interesting. Well, I'll look out for that. I really wish they would make a reboot or manga or the animated show. Yes. I really do hope that we get some kind of like TV series. Journey to the West is a very good game. It's sad to see it's underrated. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Heavenly Sword, Enslaved Odyssey to the West, and especially Hellblade. I love Hellblade. Ninja Theory is to this man what RE is to me. Well, that's good. I mean, I know a lot of people like the Resident Evil series. I played the first one, the original remake. Then I played the second one, liked it. And then I played the third one and then kind of gave up. I did play through the full game, but I didn't like it as much. 3 was kind of all over the place. But eventually I do plan to play Resident Evil 4. If that ever comes to Game Pass, I plan to pick it up. I completely agree. I tried playing DMC Special Edition and it wouldn't let me remap the controls. Oof. That sucks. Bayonetta has that problem too. It won't let you remap buttons. And that pisses me off so much. Because I do not... Guys. Hot take here, okay? Y, or triangle, should not be the melee button. Why? Hold on. Let me prove my point and then we'll get started, okay? So tell me, guys. This is the button on the controller, right? If your melee button's all the way over here, what's the furthest away button to be mapped on? A. Why is that important? Because to jump cancel, you need A. So that's why it makes sense to put all the melee moves either on X or B. It makes so much more sense that way. And then if you have an extra one, put it on Y. Now you might be asking, what about the gun button? We should not be putting gun buttons on X. I don't know who started this, but they're a psychopath, okay? Putting on the bumpers or the triggers, alright? I do not want to see gun button on X. It's ridiculous. I'll put that right there in case anyone... Anyway, okay. It's time we get started. Yeah. You guys agree with that? Get that GameCube and pop like the remake. You'll never be... Well, I may check it out. RE2 Remake is the bomb. RE1 and 0 are my favorites. I played a little bit of 0 because I know it came on to Game Pass. I enjoyed it, but I never got around to finishing it. But I did enjoy it somewhat. You're kind of on a train, which was kind of cool. That was nice. Anyway, all right. I think it's time to get started. So, Blast, you better prepare your ass. That rhymed well. All right. Hello? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me fix this. It's because it's not putting you on speaker. Speaker. There we go. Try it now.
Okay, how about now?
There we go. All right. All right, but anyway, we'll get started here soon. In case you guys want to chat a little bit before getting started.
So, earlier on, oh yeah, about why I think the writing for the Devil May Cry Netflix series. What I wanted to say about that is that the reason I think the Devil May Cry series on Netflix is going to be good is because if you look at the trailer, the first thing you see Dante shooting with is regular pistol. And the only time Dante has ever wielded regular pistols was during his days as a mercenary, which you would only know about that if you read the novels. So if you read the novels of Devil May Cry, you would know this. Therefore, I'm assuming that the writers know of the novels, that they know outside lore. That is not just the video games, because the video games, 3 onwards, like to contradict each other left and right every single day. So that's why I think that the Devil May Cry Netflix series is going to be good.
Yeah, you think that they'll go back to the good old roots of DMC versus,
Oh, I hope so. I hope that they just get into a simpler story by removing all the fat that is the retcons of 3 onwards and just go back to the beginning and then try to make everything, including all the way up to 5, fit together. Which is going to be a Herculean task, but hey, I'm willing to watch 7 seasons of it, even if it turns out as bad as season 3 of Castlevania. Yeah, that's the worst.
Yeah. Well, what I really hope for this Netflix series is that it breathes new life into DMC, honestly. Because if this does well, then, maybe that'll encourage Capcom, hey, maybe we should do something more with this property. Versus, they just kind of don't care as of right now. They kind of care, but the one thing that strikes me as odd is that they said that he's been working on it since 2018, which, dude, if it's like that, then it better not be 8 episodes, because Castlevania Nocturne, or whatever it's called, was only 8 episodes. But I hope that there's far more episodes than that, but oh.
I bet it's gonna get the same Arcane treatment, where it took them 7 years to make the whole thing, and they just released 10 episodes, and then after that they're like, yo, season 2 announced, when's it coming? In 4 years, wait for us.
Yeah. I mean, the animation doesn't look that expensive, hopefully. Hopefully.
I mean, neither did any of the Castlevania series, but how long did each season take to make? And the first season was 4 episodes. How long did it take for season 2 to show up?
I don't know, but it probably took a while, knowing them. Neil Goldstein gonna go hard to Dante. Be hard to Dante. I didn't play games.
As she should be. She needs to criticize the fact that he keeps ruining the triggers, and that she literally has to make guns that you can't wield unless you're a psychopath with super strength like Dante. Dr. Magic says, is Langdon voicing Dante for the new show? No, he is not.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, is why he's not there. And I like I said before, I think this is just a Netflix thing. It's not anything with Ruben Langdon. It's just, it's just how it is.
I just wanted to say that I was just kind of curious on who would voice him instead of Ruben Langdon. That was all.
Who's gonna voice him? I've never heard that voice before, but I don't actually mind Dante's voice being replaced, because we've already seen 4 different voices of him, so a 5th one is just another one to add to the pile. Plus, if it's meant to be he's supposed to be more energetic than Langdon's performance in like 5, and yeah, I get why they would change it. It's kind of like Batman. Like, everyone goes to Kevin Conroy, but we also have the Jensen Ackles, the guy from Gotham, Roger Craig Smith, my personal favorite Batman.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's just how it is, which is a bit sad because I do like Ruben Langton, but it's just the way it is. We've had so many versions of Dante. There's like this. We know that we had the original DMC 1 actor for Dante, but he's like never made a grand return, either.
Yeah, that was Kamiya's.
I need him back and give me his great performance. Like, look around, but this is your burial ground too. I need that back.
Yeah. DMC 1 Dante goes a bit hard. He's also a bit mysterious. That's what I like about DMC 1 Dante. He's like a bit mysterious.
I actually kind of I think he's a lot cooler. I think him and the DMC anime Dante are like probably my favorites.
DMC 1 Dante is like the coolest version of Dante we have, and it's so tragic that I discovered recently that there's a comic book of Devil May Cry 1 where it only lasted 3 issues, and it has Dante in such a cool state, and I am surprised that like it just only had 3 issues and it didn't continue. But it was like, God, I'm so sad to find out this recently, because I guess I'm just not allowed to have good external media with Devil May Cry except for the anime that ended that's like over a decade old now at this point.
Man, that anime was really something. That anime was like, oh, no fighting scenes, number 1, and then on top of that we got like, I don't know, most of the time in the original anime it felt like a lot of filler sections, honestly. It didn't feel like it was going anywhere. That was my issue with the anime.
I did like Dante though. I felt like Dante. I felt like it was more interesting to see a less, kind of a more douchey Dante than the sort of witty Dante we always see.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Also, Dr. Magic asking, what was the best Dante fit? My personal answer for that is depends on what you're looking for. If you want a professional mercenary design, you can choose between Devil May Cry 1 and 2 because those ones fit Dante as a mercenary to a T. If you just want a punk, there's the reboot and there's Devil May Cry 3. If you want a Final Fantasy skin, there's Devil May Cry 4. And if you want your 40-year-old uncle coming in to the Thanksgiving party with a cool-ass coat, there's DmC 5 Dante. So it really depends what you're looking for. Personally, I look for the reboot Dante because he is just punk.
Alright.
He's probably the least flashiest one, in my opinion. I feel like you can actually see someone wear that in reality. I don't know. I like the reboot one.
Yeah, because the reboot design is supposed to show a character who has a Devil May Care attitude. But what shows a Devil May Care attitude more than thrown in clothes and you don't actually care about like what people may think of you for how you look? The same kind of applies to 3, but I wouldn't say that to 4, because in 4 it looks like he's trying to put in as many belts as he can to see how cool he'll look, but it just seems like it's too much.
Alright. Okay, so we got that. That old anime. I mean, Ford Chaser, I guess it's slow, but like that's not only my problem with it. It's just I do like the interaction between Trish and Lady. That was good, but I just generally, I don't know. It was just the only ones that really mattered to me was the episode about like Sparta having apprentices, which I never thought could be possible, but you know it is what it is.
Did you see the episode where Dante meets like a childhood friend, and then he says he's not Anthony? I think I forgot.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I was about to say that one's my favorite episode because it's not
I really
that it is a childhood friend. Yeah, it's not that it's a childhood friend of Dante. It's that it is a childhood friend to the original Tony Redgrave. Because what actually happened is Dante took over Tony's life because they looked the same, and you know, it's better to have that name than to have the name Dante, which is which works exactly like how it does in the reboot, where you literally say Dante out loud, and Dante just gets spotted by demons left and right. So, to him, having seen Tony's friend, and then telling him, I'm not that guy, but he still saved him, and all he accidentally managed to do is sully his friend's memory of Tony. It's such a depressing episode, and I'm like, this is what Devil May Cry originally was, because Devil May Cry, if you play the games, Devil May Cry is a lot of fun. If you read the lore, Devil May Cry is pretty depressing, kind of like Berserk. I mean, minus the horse. If you've read Berserk, you know what I mean by the horse.
Damn.
I feel like I'm quite lucky that I haven't read it or something.
It's a horse that wants to give love to a human. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Berserk truly is a show of all time.
Wow.
Just send y'all the picture on the voice text. It's not gonna show it on YouTube.
Yeah, of course. We would never do such a thing, but alright. Demon Horse? Yeah, uh-oh. I never read Berserk, but I know it's dark. Oof.
Kind of like Gary on. What was the horse from DmC 3 called again?
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is, in all its glory.
Oh man, that is something. Woof.
Anyone here who reads Berserk in the chat, you know.
Dude, that face. Oh my god. That reminds me of the meme faces from Attack on Titan, where they all the Titans look weird and shit like that. Oh my god.
The context there is that whenever there is, I don't remember what it was exactly called, but whenever there's a lot of evil released in the world of Berserk, evil spirits possess literally anything that they want. And in this context, they possess the horse, to which the horse wanted to do what the panel is implying.
Did I play the 2008 pop yet? I'd like to be interested in what you're detailing, what you mean by that, Dr. Magic. Anyway, well, we're gonna, sorry about that. We're still waiting a bit on Percival, but, well, I'll set a timer for 5 to 7 minutes, and then if he doesn't, we'll just start without him. He'll come back, he'll say. He'll be in and out, so.
What if he's listening to us right now?
No, he's got the canceled headphones and mute, so.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Also, Caesar, the lore of DmC is supposed to be very sad, but the games never go fully into this. The only games that have actually gone into this are, funnily enough, the first two. They're the only ones that have gone in depth with the lore. Because DmC 1 is just, if you read into between the lines of certain scenes, it's kind of depressing in the context of everything. And DmC 2, I refuse to play DmC 2. That is where I draw the line, because I like a lot of things about DmC 2. I can play the first level and enjoy the game, but then when I have to play anything onwards, I just refuse.
I actually just played it just an hour ago.
Yeah, I like the fact that it has directional inputs like Ninja Gaiden, and I like the fact that, dodging and specific movesets with your weapons you don't have to wield a specific style like in DmC 3 in order to do them. The problem is you have to deal with some of the dumbest AI of all time, coupled with some of the worst enemy design you have to deal with, and you also only have swords as weapons, melee weapons, which is sad.
I think the ideas for the game, I think if it took a couple more years to make, I think it might have been a good game. I feel like there's some good ideas in there. It has a lot of potential. It was just poorly executed.
I agree with that too. Even though I don't like DMC2, I feel like it had more potential than Redfall, for instance, like for an example. But like DMC2, like it has good designs. Like the sword designs are actually pretty cool. Like I hope that Vendetta and what is the other one, Merciless, something like that. The sword designs look good. Obviously, Sin DT later went into DMC5. I'd still hope for like a return to Lucia. Lucia. I don't know why they've let her sit on the sidelines for so long, but I feel like she could be used, you know. But
I wonder if they were to remake any of the Devil May Cry games. I wonder which one they would even. I imagine they would remake 3. I feel like that's probably the most important to remake.
It's not because it's the most important one. It's because it's the easiest one. Because we're dealing with Devil May Cry fans. We're talking about the people who saw a new skin on a Fortnite rifle in a comic book of Fortnite. And they thought Dante was going to be on it because of the colors. So you can literally just make you could make a box art of Devil May Cry 3 remade, and when you put the disc into your console, it'll just play the cutscenes. It'll play the cutscenes like straight ripped from a YouTube video that has all the cutscenes spliced together from the original Devil May Cry 3, and fans will still pay $60 because they're just that desperate for content.
Pretty generous for $60.
They were thinking about $70, but you know they kind of held back on their greed.
Thank God. Oof.
Yeah.
Bullet dodged.
It kind of reminds me of why were remaking Silent Hill 2 instead of Silent Hill 1, because it's just probably the most popular. It would remind me of that a little.
It's funny. I actually find Silent Hill 2 being remade the funniest one, considering that like actual Silent Hill fans, like they personally hate Silent Hill 2 because of how much it like contradicts the lore of Silent Hill. And then when you play the other games aside from Silent Hill 2, it's like they pretend that Silent Hill 2 doesn't exist based on lore. I mean, it's still a good game. Though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite, but I definitely like it though. It's pretty good.
The Silent Hill games are gonna fail for sure. Ooh.
Hey, don't say that about the Silent Hill games. They're made by the best company we have right now. Konami.
Yeah, exactly.
Great games like the Pachinko Metal Gear Solid, the Pachinko Silent Hill, the fucking ad for that Toyota car with Solid Snake on it.
Don't forget Silent Hill Ascension.
Also, they're not bringing back PT, Dr. Magic. Sorry to tell you this, but Kojima took that with him to the grave. But hey, Capcom finished PT for you. They called it Resident Evil 7 for some reason, though.
They just wanted the money.
Resident Evil's got a bunch of reboots too.
Resident Evil is like the most interesting one when it comes to reboots because they're the ones who are willing to soft reboot constantly, but not like outright remake everything, except for the remake game. Because like Resident Evil 8, it still makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Code Veronica. And I don't know the other ones because I'm not that heavy of a Resident Evil fan, so don't judge me, people. And like, it still makes them canon. In fact, recently, a friend of mine played Resident Evil 8 again, and he pointed out how consistent it is with his character. Chris's character is from Resident Evil 8 to the previous Resident Evil 6. He last was. Let's not pretend that he was there in Resident Evil 7 because I refuse to believe that was Chris. That was his cousin, Christopher.
Nice. I don't know. I feel like you could divide them by their story. Like you have the Raccoon City. I think that's any of the ones that are related to Raccoon City are probably the best ones. And then you have the action series from 4 to 6. And then you have like the Winter series from like 7 to 8.
Oh no! Get this Force Snake shit away from me! Force Snake jump scare. Ooh, overlay over overlay over on your screen.
I'm trying, man. I don't have two screens like I used to, okay? I'm trying, okay? All right. So there we go. Do you guys see it? On the stream side.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Oh god, this video, it's so sad because
I don't see.
the Force Snake.
Are you sharing it on Discord?
Go to voice text. There's a watch together link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. There it is.
It's so sad because like this video from the Force Snake is so like out of character for it because all his other wasted potential for like Mortal Kombat characters are like so solid because the guy is actually that knowledgeable in MK lore. So seeing him make this video gave me a conniption. Like I actually I actually felt like I had a stomach cramp after finishing.
All right, they're eager for us to play the vid, so first I just want to say, all right, I know that we'll get to the Magic School Base. Don't worry, don't you worry. We'll get to him soon enough. But for right now, I wanted to give us a little advertiser, you know, a little something to get us started, you know, something about what?
You gotta say the best for last.
Oh yes, of course, naturally, I have to.
Yeah, because I will say this. This video is like leagues better than Magic School Base's video.
Yes, I don't think there's anything quite as bad as Magic School Base's video. I don't think that we've even come close. I mean, maybe parts of Sphere Hunter and Mega Combine, but even then, they gave it more credit than he does. Oh my god. Oh man. But you know,
I was like, you know what? Yesterday or it was like 2 days ago, where someone posted the tweet about how liking DmC Devil May Cry more than the original Devil May Cry means that you're racist.
yeah, I saw that, man.
I really thought that Magic School Base was like the dumbest person when it comes to talking about DmC Devil May Cry. But then this person brought a new load that made Magic School Base smarter, but it's because the standard, it's not that because he was the lowest standard, it's because this person created a new standard that's sub below the already zero. Like, we went to negatives at this point. That's how bad it was.
Alright, hold on. Let me open the stream on
Do I have like two accounts? I'm so confused. I forgot how this thing works. I haven't used it in a while.
You can like just do what I do and just write your name or log into your account. Either one works.
Okay, I think I'm just trying to. I don't know what my user is there.
Sorry, I'm just making sure this.
It doesn't really matter.
How do
Either
I
one.
mute it?
Oh, so that's fine.
All right, so that looks good. Sorry, I'm just looking at the stream, seeing if that looks nice. All right.
Oh, I just wanted to. I'm sorry. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. What were you gonna say?
I just didn't. I wanted to just. I didn't want to be apologize for just barging into the general room without introducing myself because I've never met you guys before.
Well, that's good. Well, it's what do you mean? Did you like just see my tweet or something?
Yeah,
or?
I just saw you go in. I just decided why not? I'll have some fun. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're here because this video, this live stream will take certain clips from it, and it'll be put into my brief defense video. So it'll be good.
I saw that. Yeah, it was. I really liked it. It was awesome.
Nice.
I even saw some of your live streams too, like the past.
Nice. Well, it's good to have you here. It's okay to burge in here. Anybody in chat that feels like they want to join and feel like they have good mic, as long as you're not a dick, who cares? You can join us. So.
Also, Dr. Magic, you were like asking who's developing the Silent Hill game. It's Blue Point Games. They're the same people who made the Demon Souls remake. So it's gonna look, if anything, it's either gonna be super consistent with the original, while at the same time looking really good, or it's gonna be its own thing and also look really good.
I'm here. Where's the link to the
Voice text.
Cool.
Is that Percival?
Let's go.
Yes.
No, it's not me. You are mistaken. You get that reference. I love you.
So we're starting off with a bit of an appetizer, Percival, and then we get to the main event. So
the appetizer first, the entree later.
Exactly.
Jesus.
So it's time to destroy this man's whole career.
Yes.
Is what I'm hearing.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, not Four Snakes. Four Snakes, like, this is like one of his, because I think he's only made like 2 to 3 Devil May Cry videos in his entire channel. He's mostly a Mortal Kombat guy, so you can like see his content and you just see him like ever since 2011. Yeah, 2011 when Mortal Kombat 9 came out. You can just see him having a conniption over every horrible idea NetherRealm Studio has made. And then, like, in 2013, you see, like, 3 videos in his feed about DmC. One talking about the lore and the story of DmC in general. The other one talking about how Dante's design is awful. And then there's this one.
Yep.
Great. Can't fucking wait.
All right. Well, now that we're all here, let's get started. All right. 3, 2.
I think I actually
Wasted potential.
That's okay.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Alright, cool. So, we just...
Did this man just say wasted potential? Hold on.
Yeah, that's
Let's
a
talk
series he has.
Hang on. Okay. I'm
Alright.
already gonna hate this.
All right.
Buckle up, guys.
3, 2, 1.
The show where we discuss the wasted potential of our favourite plot lines. I hit upon a certain realisation while making the Align Through Time episode on DmC. Looking back on specifically the encounter with Poison, you know, the most memorable scene in the game where not a single line of dialogue isn't the very height of cringe. I realised that this Dante is written like he's
Yeah, get used to that because that's like every DmC Devil May Cry video.
Everybody uses the scene as like a way of like demonizing the game, and I'm like, can you come up with anything else?
Hey,
Seriously.
let's point out that this man has set a new standard because he didn't immediately put the "fuck you 3 times" scene. He just put it in with his own voiceover.
Yes, thank you.
It's not. He's not cutting to show you how awful the dialogue is by giving you those 3 lines of delivery. No, he's different. He set the standard.
Exactly.
Tell me why this man playing on the PS3 version right now, though. Look at it. It looks no.
Dante's practically melting.
Yeah, he's melting. Yeah.
Oh boy. On the PS3, oh boy. Anyway, here we go.
trying to imitate the real Dante's wit. Not the writers trying to imitate it, but the character himself. And that's when it hit me. Imagine how much better the plot of the game could have been had this Dante turned out to simply not be Dante. Imagine if Donnie had turned out to be some punk kid the real Dante had saved from a demon and was inspired to try and be like Dante, going so far as to use his name and copy his fighting style and mannerisms, but doing so poorly. His attempts at copying Dante's wit just pissed the demons off, and his sloppy move execution leaves him unable to adequately defend himself, so Dante has to keep saving him.
Wait, can you guys pause?
I want to preface this with the most important idea ever. The most important part of why this theory of his, this way he could have made it work, doesn't actually work. Dante isn't famous. Dante is literally a myth in the mercenary world, in Devil May Cry. So if you're telling me that somehow this version of this character somehow knows how Dante fights and mimicked it to his best capability, I'm sorry to tell you this, that's impossible, because to humans, average humans, Dante moves in like faster than they can track him. So how is he going to imitate him? Unless this guy's actually superhuman himself, which by then, you know, I guess you got a point there. But, like, he can't. He's like, Dante, who's Dante? I only know Tony. Like, what?
Yeah, nobody knows who he is, too. Because, I mean, nobody walks into the shop, Devil May Cry. Nobody does. That's the whole point. He's fucking broke all the time. Nobody walks in, average humans, they'll just walk in and are like, yeah, dude, I got this demon problem, can you deal with it, please? No. Nobody does that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which timeline we're talking about, because there's, like, several times where, like, for Devil May Cry 1, he's good enough. Like, he has a solid job. In the Devil May Cry 3 manga, which takes place before Devil May Cry 3,
Tony.
he closes up shop, because he's doing so well. He calls for himself for a little vacation. And then in DmC 3, which takes place after the manga, he says not open for business yet, and kind of wrecks his own shop. And then the anime says he's broke, which then DmC 4 doesn't acknowledge that, and then 5 says he's broke. So it really depends on it depends on the time of day, really, when Dante is able to run his business or not.
Maybe he just has those rainy
seasons.
seasons.
The anime is the only exception where the regular everyday person actually does walk into Dante's shop and actually has like a demonic issue. But I mean, that's just the way the anime is kind of laid out. It's not really meant to have a bunch of lore that is super important. It's really just like, this is Dante and this is what he does every fucking day of his life.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much all it is.
Does he not get like paid a lot for the shit he does?
No.
He does, but he ends up using it all because he has to for the rent. So
yeah,
no,
it's more
in
so.
the end.
No, it's actually even worse because it's like every time he makes enough money, due to the damages he causes, he has to give all his money away, and then also it's not enough to cover for the damages, so he ends up racking more debt. And then the funniest one being when Lady and Trish became besties, and so they just bought a bunch of clothes and put it on Dante's tab.
And also gotta remember the pizza that he's eating.
You gotta get that pizza fee.
That's a
You gotta get some pizza insurance.
Yeah.
At this point, just give it to him for free all the time.
Yeah, he just walks up there and is like, your usual, takes it. But I just want to mention one more thing. Like, imagine having a protagonist and that it's supposed to be Dante, but not really Dante. Like, if this imaginary version were to work out, I don't even think Nero on his own can really carry the series, honestly. Like, it's always been about Dante.
Yes.
When they think about DmC, they think about Dante. So if you play as this poser who's playing not really as Dante, who's supposed to be you'll see later on in the video what I mean by this, but I don't see this as a good strategy,
Nero is a good character when he bounces off others.
Yeah, that's true.
By himself, he cannot carry the series. If he did, it would just be, I don't know, just
Like Nero, Dante.
Walmart brand Dante at this point. I don't know, but now things are different. Obviously with 5, but he can't change. No, he can't carry it on his own. If anything, the next DmC game should be about Dante and Virgil walking through hell together. That's the way I would think of it.
Yeah. All right.
You can easily imagine a scene where Dante gets fed up saving him after doing so for the umpteenth time, leading to a harsh lecture. And all the while, the latest demon he pissed off is getting annoyed at being ignored until Dante shoots it in the face without looking as he tells the kid he needs to stop. This could lead to him seeking out demonic powers like Arius, Arkham and Sanctus, turning him into a Syndrome-esque villain that Dante has to fight at the end. I heard from a guy on Discord that there was actually a fan theory along these lines early on. The reluctance the original depiction of this Dante shows in giving his name when asked repeatedly could be viewed as him not actually knowing it until he's been pushed and had a mental break.
My name is Dante.
So the theory is that he just thinks he's Dante. This could even explain the much darker depiction.
Yeah, he just
I always
thinks
laugh
he's
at that.
Dante.
I just think it's so funny because it doesn't sound anything like the VA that is in the game, and I'm just like, bro, what were they thinking when they made that? Honestly,
Clearly, that's Tim Phillips with the Marlboro voice filter. That's what happens when you smoke. That's why he stopped smoking for the game.
it's
Exactly.
so funny how much the vision of that game changed. It's just so funny.
I wonder.
Also, I really like that they wanna like pay attention to like the original concept of the first trailer, where it's like, oh yeah, he's not really Dante. But then if you look at like concept art at the time of that Dante, Dante's hair is naturally white. It's just that he dyes it black. That was the original idea. Like one of those drawings that Ninja Theory made of Dante with a Limbo City like when he's having his mugshot taken, you can see that there's white hair in his head. It's just clearly dyed, so people don't recognize him.
I think that would have been a cool idea. I don't know.
Let me just read this.
play it.
Let me just read this from chat. I didn't care what anybody.
I always love criticizing like a final project by telling people well, your first draft was actually better than the final project, therefore your final project is terrible. That's how I grade my projects.
I like the comment from Dr. Maddie saying, I don't care what anybody says, Dante and DmC Devil May Cry had a accentuated swagger of a black teen. True. Had that black teen swagger.
My God.
Oh my God, I love that.
I always have this joke. With a friend of mine where obviously Dante in the original version, he clearly has like Italian features because his name for starters. Secondly,
Dante.
Yeah, also the phenotypes, and I always joke that like the original Dante is Italian, but this Dante is clearly Hispanic. So the El Dante memes are actually funny to me.
Oh
because
no!
I was like, yeah, I always assumed he was Mexican. So he doesn't have the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. He has the exaggerated swagger of a Hispanic man.
I love Latino.
That's why he wears a white beater, because he's gonna do a barbecue later on.
Oh my God.
El Dante and El Virgin, that's what they call him, apparently.
Ay, El Vir. Mi nombre es Dante, el exterminador de los demonios.
Alright.
I lost track of how many times they've played that.
Depiction of the world and the way Limbo breaks apart the human world. He's living in a delusion and only thinks the world is like this, falling into all kinds of conspiracy theory bullshit. Reboot Virgil is thus not actually Virgil, nor even Donnie's brother. He's just a conspiracy theory dipshit that Donnie looks up to and sees as a kindred spirit, thus tricking himself into thinking he's his brother and needs to be found. Kat is just Kat since she...
Play the end of the game. Did you not play the end of the game? He literally ended up being the same character as the original. What the fuck are you talking about?
Also, I wasn't paying attention to the clip that was being used, but can somebody check if I'm just crazy here? But let me go a little bit back because I wanted to.
It's thus tricking himself into thinking he's his brother and needs to be found.
No, I'm gonna go a little bit back because for some reason I saw on the TV, on the TV screen. Is it just me, or is Dante doing that Johnny Cage Mortal Kombat face in the background?
What the fuck? If he actually...
I stopped paying attention to the scene in front of me, and I just looked at that, and I just imagined Dante with International Love playing.
Yeah. That's new. I haven't seen it. If he actually edited that in, I'll give him props, okay? He gets a pass then, alright? He gets the reboot.
I mean, if he did, that's crazy, but I'm most certain this is in the game, which makes me love the game even more.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Shit.
So, and also, the idea of Virgil, the idea of Limbo, the reason it's breaking down, everything is literally breaking down, is because of Dante's mental state. I'm like, okay, how does that connect to actual mental illness? People are, Ninja Theory has gone out of its way to look up how psychosis works, and I don't think that anyone could ever say that when it comes to mental illness, people just literally imagine their world literally tearing to pieces, like it does in Limbo, or how it. I just don't know why you would want to make one of the coolest features of DmC Devil May Cry. Oh, it's actually all in the guy's head. Yeah, this is just spec off the line. This is just mental illness. The game. I don't know why.
Yeah, this is the weird part about this video is that he's it'd be a positive representation of mental illness. He'll get to that part. So how is the part where he oh man, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a part where Dante's going insane, then he kills everybody. It's well, I'll wait for the next few minutes. You'll see what I mean. Oh boy.
Thus tricking himself into thinking he's his brother and needs to be found. Kat is just Kat since she already has a fucked up backstory.
Desiccated squirrel semen.
Together they plot to assassinate CEO Kyle Ryder and various demons who work under him like Bob Barbas and Lilith. They fight their way through the demonic monsters protecting him and...
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Uh-oh. The truth is revealed as the real Dante enters Ryder's office to stop them. He's not a demon, he's just an asshole. All this time, their delusional conspiracy theories have led them to kill countless humans. Some were probably deserving of death, but most of them were innocent civilians.
I just wanted to know, is this his idea of a plot?
Yes. Okay, so guys, get this. He goes from a character that like learns to grow and change and like become a savior of humanity to a character that literally is crazy, goes around killing innocent people for no reason. It's great, guys. It's great.
Yeah, like,
He wants this game to be a boasting game.
The thing that really sucks about this episode in particular of Wasted Potential is that if you see other ones, he's like talks based on the lore of the character, of how you can make that character's lore fit in with the new version of the timeline, because he mostly talks about Injustice and Mortal Kombat. But in here, this makes no sense, because what he's essentially doing is, what if we make Dante kill innocent people to be a fucking lesson about mental illness? Like, it doesn't make sense, because
It's not.
why
Not
would
only does it make
Dante-
sense, it has nothing to do with the story.
Yeah, and the problem is that this plot is like so poorly written that the only reason that the plot would be seen by many as it makes sense is because any plot hole you may find can be just attributed to, oh, he imagined it. It's just in his brain. It's all in his mind. It's just such a poorly written idea that I'm like, what? How is this a wasted potential? This is actually terrible.
That's why I was so confused on the video when he's talking about like psychosis and shit like that. Because I thought he's going to basically recreate the DmC Devil May Cry story based off the lore and make it better.
Yeah, Sehan, you're right. It's ass, but it's still better than Magic School Mids.
Magic School Mids. Holy crap.
Magic School Bus.
Oh boy.
It's just doing their job. They allowed their delusions to warp people they disagreed with into evil monsters to justify committing acts of terrorism and infanticide, rather than an overdone, not particular.
Kyle Ryder, Lilith, and Bob Barbas. How do those three people connect in this version of the story?
I don't know. That's the thing that he never explains.
Yeah, the only way you can explain it is, oh, he's mentally ill. I'm like, wow, that's such riveting writing. I'd rather have it that they're demons and that they're actual demons, because that makes, like, that, funnily enough, that makes more sense.
Oh my god.
They all went to a
this
certain
is
kind of island. I don't know.
Consumerism, a theme I've always found baffling in works of consumerist media. The story is actually about mental health and the lengths people go to justify committing horribly disproportionate acts against people whose views and actions they disagree with. Not the most amazing themes to explore, I know, but not nearly as blasé and oversaturated as what we were given in the actual game, and it's somewhat appropriate in the current media landscape. Plus, Ninja Theory did have an interest in the former theme going off their subsequent project. So Dante confronts them, Kat has a breakdown, Donnie fights Dante with the demonic power he acquired and believed he had unlocked in himself, and probably Virgil turns out to be a demon manipulating them the entire time. You know, because Dante versus Virgil as the final boss fight has to be done, I guess. The game would probably end on a sinister...
In this version of this story, demons don't exist.
No, the idea of this version is that this reboot, remember Reboot, takes place in the same world as mainline DMC, and this Dante that you play as is actually a psychopath who escaped like the fucking penitentiary that had, like, the asylum that had Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal, and the real Dante shows up and tells you, hey, don't you take my name and kill people, because killing people is bad. But DF2, shut up. Anyways, and then, like, that's the plot, because, we can't have Dante be a different character. It has to be, like, he still has to be in the story. Which, by then, I gotta ask them, what the fuck is the point of it being a reboot? If it's just gonna be the same character still there.
Reboot. He's basically rebooting a reboot.
He's rebooting a reboot to make it canon, and I don't understand why it would be canon, because it just doesn't make sense. Like, okay, so do you want to make this Virgil just be some random demon? And I'm like, then why does he need to go by Virgil? Why can't it just be some random person? Like, then it wouldn't be...
I don't know about you, but I want the reboot up in that bitch. So yeah, bro, I need my OG Dante. Me fucking reboot Dante, just so that way.
We need Dante to kill, quote unquote, Dante, because Dante is
Yeah.
evil.
That shit would be so
Yeah, they
funny.
say-
I just want to
they
see.
s-
I just want to see reboot Dante say "fuck yeah, bro." This is a kid's game. You can't be saying that.
Yeah, I just want reboot Dante to like talk to the mainline Dante and just be like super chill about it, and then everyone who is a fan of classic Dante and hates reboot Dante are like, wow, they wrote him to be so much better, and then they look who wrote it, and it's Tamim himself. I'm like, what the fuck?
It was just all Tamim's plan this whole time. He was playing 3D
It
chess.
was the same character all along. It just, because I've always said this about Devil May Cry fans, and yes, I am a Devil May Cry fan, and I am aware about it. Devil May Cry fans lack reading comprehension skills. They actually, every DMC fan I have ever dealt with, they don't know how to read a story, they don't know how to read a scene, they don't know how to read pick up context clues, they don't even understand how dialogue works.
They just like memes.
Every single one of them just talks poorly about the game's plots, and I don't even mean just the reboot. Every single Devil May Cry game has people have a poorly analyzed version of how they do it. So
This is what I've been saying for years.
DMC Reddit for a couple hours. We can get back to it. You'll find it. You'll find tons of bullshit. Yeah, it's terrible.
The Chad Dante versus the Virgin Dante, or the Chad Virgil versus the Virgin Virgin.
Yeah, it's so
Anyway,
original, guys.
Play that video. Play that shit.
We end on a sinister note with the now institutionalized cat claiming her name is Lady as a tease for the cycle continuing in a sequel that would never happen. Kind of like they did in the real game.
I want to kill myself after hearing that.
Wait. You mind
Holy
repeating
shit.
that? You mind repeating, just replaying that?
Sure, hold on. Let me go
I need
back.
to hear that. I need to hear that actual
I'm kinda
brain.
confused.
I need to hear that sound bit of a brain cell dying.
involved.
Why are you making Kat's character weaker? Jesus Christ, she doesn't need to have some fucking identity crisis, okay? Jesus.
Fine. Because Dante versus Virgil as the final boss fight has to be done, I guess. The game would probably end on a sinister note with the now institutionalized cat claiming her name is Lady as a tease for the cycle continuing in a sequel that would never happen.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. Somebody has to correct me on this. Is Lady some sort of incredibly famous character in the world of Devil May Cry? Is she
Bro, none of the
most
female
well-known-
characters are even good past their own debut game. Okay?
I
They're just
think
not.
I don't mean that.
I think that they're good in DMC 1, DMC 3, but then after, it just goes downhill from there.
No. I'm not talking in the
They're
public
just
sense
kind of there. They're just kind of
We're not
there in the background.
I'm not talking in the public sense of the audience. I mean in the world of Devil May Cry.
Or are they
Are
famous?
mercenaries,
I mean,
yeah.
I would say Lady's more famous than Dante is, unironically.
But how famous is famous? Because if it would make sense if she was some sort of idol, famous person.
Well, I seem to remember
and for then Kat to be oh yeah, I'm Lady now.
I seem to remember Lady in the anime. There was a group of, I don't know. I want to say they were agents or something, and they knew who she was. But I think they were also demons. I don't. But it's been a long time since I've watched the anime.
I wonder what they would do. What do they do outside of killing demons and shit?
Go
Pizza.
shopping.
But I just like this. I like Four Snake's version of this because basically Dante, Lady, and Trish are iconic people that are just as popular as Michael Jackson was. So of course everyone would know how Dante fights. Everyone would know how Lady fights.
Michael Jackson.
Now they're super popular.
Michael Jackson?
Super famous, world
That's
famous.
a DmC 5 reference. I'm just.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't get this.
Of course,
I feel the whole setup for this whole thing has just gone wrong. I think he's not trying to he's not trying to make the story better. He's just trying to make it a way that's a bit more insulting to the current Dante and to the current reboot.
He's just trying to make a canon. That's really all he's doing. This is somebody's headcanon, okay? This is somebody's headcanon. This is somebody that's I think this is better if we do it this way, and therefore it's my headcanon, therefore it's actually headcanon. And I hate people like that.
Yep.
Because it's not actually the source material, and I despise people
What
like
if they
that.
just make a game on the DMC fans?
Yeah, wait. You just catch the first scene with a DMC fan is you catch them typing the meanest shit on the internet, but then when you meet them in person, they just start stuttering the moment they see a 6-foot dude with white hair and blue eyes staring at them with the fucking death stare that Dante is canonically known to have.
That's good.
Also, like, wasted potential is all about how, like, oh yeah, this is a story that could have been done, but you know they just didn't do it. This is a story that they could have done, and I'm glad they didn't do though.
Yeah.
In comparison to all the other
by saying this is a story that they could have done, it makes it sound like almost as if the I don't know, when you argue something like that, it kind of makes it sound like the devs, or you think that the devs intended to do it this way, but they just followed through with it. It's like,
no, that's why it's called wasted because it's supposed to be a play on words with wasted plot and wasted potential. So like it's more like he's saying the devs could have done this and it would have been better, to which I have to look him dead in the eye and tell him, what the fuck are you talking about? The story that they have is like a million times better than
DMC 2.
I mean, when we're talking about DMC 2, what the bar is already pretty low.
I know, but I think the bar is even lower now.
Oh yeah, this is definitely like a worse story. Not gonna lie, I would read this if it was a fan fiction, and then I'm gonna like dox the person who wrote it.
Okay, we can't dox people on YouTube. Okay, calm down.
Oh jeez.
Normally, this seems really out of place for classic DMC, but there are some darker moments in the canonical spin-off media, so it could fit. But even so, I acknowledge that it may well have been better for this game to be in its own universe and franchise. It's just that taking the character we were given and being told to accept that this is a version of Dante, it just seems really disrespectful to the original character, you know? It's like being given a totalitarian dictator with an S.
There's been like a million Dantes. What original Dante are you talking about?
Obviously, the reason I love Reboot Dante is because I played Devil May Cry 1 as a kid. I read the novels, I read the comic book recently, and I've also like taken all the external media, and I have like come into the conclusion that if you want a character that is exactly like Devil May Cry 1 Dante, just look at the reboot version and see the little differences that they made, because there's only like 1 to 2 differences between Reboot Dante and DmC 1 Dante, because you know both of them care about innocent lives and all that shit. And which meanwhile,
oh no, go on, sorry.
No, because that's what like my main point about whenever somebody says I hate Reboot Dante because he's so disrespectful and not like Dante, and then when I ask them what do they mean Dante in 3 and 4, which is a reboot essentially, because Dante in 3 is an overcorrection of DmC 2.
I don't know if you guys
it's not even.
That's actually kind of true, actually, because yeah, DmC 3 Dante is like totally like a massive overhaul. Which is strange because I think what makes that unique too is, I mean, an overhaul of a character in a prequel is pretty ballsy. Like, knowing that it happens before everything.
Well,
I think that's
the thing that gets me.
I would say.
The thing that gets me every time is the fact that he compares like the difference between the two Dantes to Injustice Superman, which I think is like the most different version of Superman I think that DC's had, probably, where he like lasers kids and quote unquote flattens a city because they disagreed with him. Like, I don't see them as like nearly on the same level.
It's not even the same level, because the difference between Injustice Superman and Dante in the reboot is that Dante in the reboot is a completely different person with a completely different like backstory. Well, essentially the same as DmC 1 Dante's, but there are so many differences, like the fact that he was raised in St. Lumia's orphanage, and that place was run by demons, which made him be distrustful. But Injustice Superman wants to like gaslight you into thinking that, oh yeah, Superman, the guy that you know and love in the mainline version, if Lois dies and it happened exactly the way it did in Injustice, he would definitely have no problem murdering his friends his family. He would be mad at his parents because his parents don't support his totalitarian dictatorship. He would actually kill friends that he has fought side by side with because they disagree with him. And he would also torture his best friend just to get information out of him. And he doesn't even notice until, like, it's too late.
Yep.
Like, this isn't the same because this is supposed to trick you into thinking Injustice Superman is just mainline Superman, but with a bad date. Reboot Dante is a completely different character who has the same personality. Like, I just know that canonically, based on how the character's at, I know that Dante and DmC5 and Reboot Dante would just have a chill time eating strawberry sundaes together and drinking until they're both drunk. Like I know this. This is real because that, based on lore, that's how they both are.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to go back. What I was trying to say before was, I don't know if you guys seen the concept arts for Virgil. It looks very similar to how Reboot Virgil looks. It was just a small detail. I just wanted to know if you guys knew that.
I think
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, also, for Caesar, like, if you want to have, light novels in the reboot, I don't think there are light novels about the reboot.
Yeah, they're comics.
I do know that there are comic books, which you can just look in, like, read comic online or some shit.
I didn't even know there was comics in the reboot.
Yeah, that's where I found out that the reason Dante's sword, like, disappears and appears from his bag is because it's his devil trigger, which is why, like, when he summons it, you can hear the screams from his DT.
Is that comic canon, or? Because I've heard that it wasn't even canon, but it's on and off. I'm not sure.
It's canon, but it's like canon because it kind of, like, retroactively, like, works his way around it, because it does, like, oh yeah, this character, save this character. Man, I wish I could be with this character. Let me wipe her memory so she doesn't remember the events of the comic book and never mentions them in the game. That's what Virgil did.
Like Ebony and Ivory in the reboot.
I don't think they ever, like, explained where he got them. Which I'm okay with that, but yeah, I think it would be nice if they explained where Ebony and Ivory came from, because at the very least, mainline series has, like, oh yeah, I just have a woman who creates guns that are, like, incapable of being used by humans, and that's why I have like two Magnum cannons on steroids.
All right, let's finish up with this video.
On his chest and being told this is Superman, or a callous goofy arsehole and being told this is Frank West. It's very easy for punished Venom Dante to come off like a better alternative, you know? And as a closing thought, did anyone else notice that DmC seemed to take inspiration from everything but DmC? That's weird, right? It takes angels and the concept of limbo from Bayonetta, enemy and level design from American McGee's Alice, gritty reboot about the origin story of a younger, less interesting version of the main character from Tomb Raider, and scripts quality from Rob Zombie's Halloween.
And I got a bigger dick.
At least DmC5's drawing on things that are more appropriate, like Persona.
Will he not talk about how DmC5 takes a lot of shit from DmC Devil May Cry?
No, they'll never talk about that.
Let's not even talk about the fact that the devs of DmC5 have gone out of their way to say that the reason they're making DmC5 is because they want to see if they can make a better game than DmC Devil May Cry. Because to them, DmC Devil May Cry is such a heavy inspiration for DmC5 that it's their main motivator to make DmC5.
That DmC5 took more from the reboot than any other game, in a way.
Well, yeah, that's because
the art design, but the music, the characters, even the story.
Well, yeah, but that's because DmC5 comes after the reboot, but, you know, like, after in terms of timeline. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like, I don't know. I don't know if DmC6 will, like, follow up on even more of those influences. We'll have to see. But yeah, DmC5 is definitely influenced by DmC Devil May Cry. And I hate that DmC fans like have gaslit themselves into thinking that no, this is not from the reboot. This is just, it just so happens they're the same. Like the realistic art style, like the style switch, no, not the style meter or anything like, no. It's not like that.
It's just an insane coincidence. You're crazy. I think you did crack. You can clearly tell that they're not interested in the reboot, even though Itsuno saying that DmC Devil May Cry is his favorite in the franchise. It's just him lying to make you guys feel better, okay?
Yeah. Alright. There's not much left of this video. I think the
If you liked this video,
yeah, that's it. Alright. So.
Yeah, 5 minutes of my fucking time, and it's just to tell me, yeah, I got a better story. What if he was mentally ill? Shut the fuck up.
We've got a nice selection of choices for us, guys.
No, speaking of mental illness, let's go watch that Magic School Base.
Yeah, you're right. Alright, so let me get it all set up. Hold on. Oh, man. Okay, before we start, I gotta use the live restroom.
Well, in the meanwhile, let me talk about something that I find really funny, and it's Devil May Cry fans talking about like Virgil as a character. Like, if you want to, Splinter, you can go to the bathroom, and I'll just tell people why I find it funny that people say that, like there's this headcanon that Virgil is heavily inspired by his father to, like, have his fighting style.
All right, you go on your lecture, good sir. You go on that Harvard scale lecture, okay? While I use the restroom. Have fun.
Years.
Yeah. The reason I find it hilarious when people are telling me that Virgil is, like, supposed to be, like, the side of his father, while Dante is supposed to be the side of his mother. The reason I find that funny is because, canonically, Sparta fights exactly like Dante, with big swords, guns, and with a little bit of an attitude. Though, when it comes to fighting demons, he's more of a righteous attitude kind of guy, and Dante just happens to be funny. But that's per Devil May Cry 1. Canonically, the weapons that Trish has in DMC 4 Special Edition, Lucent and Umbra, are actually Sparta's guns that Dante was heavily inspired from to create, to have the designs for Ebony and Ivory. You can see that, like, both of them have the same handle in DMC 1 where it says, like, for Tony Redgrave, but that's just like a design poop. But in actuality, the library does state that Luce and Umbra are Sparta's guns. And the reason I point that out is because Virgil in DMC 3, if you go to the library, you search for Virgil Boss Fight 1, it says that Virgil thinks that guns are not weapons of a true warrior. That's kind of funny, considering that his father, one he allegedly finds a true warrior, is using them. And another thing that I also find funny about Virgil and his dad is the fact that the only time Virgil has ever been shown to use a fighting style similar to his dad was in Devil May Cry 1. What?
Devil May Cry what?
The first one. Give me a second.
Oh.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Alright. Did we learn anything from that lecture?
I learned that Sparta uses guns. I didn't know that. I had no idea.
I don't know.
He does? What? Damn. I didn't know that.
I did.
Alright, hold on. Alright, let's get everything set.
I have returned. Virgil has obsession with his father, but he is different. Virgil's obsession with his father is mostly a thing that was created by, I think, Devil May Cry 5 is the only time that Virgil's ever, like, implied to be a daddy's boy. Even though that's also the same game that DMC 3 doesn't actually have him, like, talk about his father a lot, aside from going, yeah, his power. He's got power. He's got a lot of power, and that's the...
I thought he says, like, why don't we want to be like our father Sparta?
Yeah, because that's give me a second. 1 second, gotta mute myself.
Beep bop beep boop. Beep bop beep boop. Alright, so we got that.
Like, the reason he's talking about his father in that way is because Virgil has a might makes right mentality. To him, power is everything. Might controls everything. So you rejecting power is like literally going, oh, why would you refuse this power up that we have naturally from our father? It's not like, why don't you want to be like our father? Because it's also a weird retcon in DmC 3 where Dante apparently doesn't like his dad, because in DmC 1 he straight up says that the reason I know about my father because my mother would tell me stories about father about how amazing he was when I would go to bed, and then in DmC 3 he goes, I don't have a father, I just don't like you.
Yep.
Was that really out of hate, though? You have to think about it.
It's more like
is it really out of hate, or is it simply because I don't have a father, because I don't know him?
Which makes no sense, because in DmC 1, he heard bedtime stories of his father. He knows who his father is. He loves his father. He ends up being like his father.
They were also going to have some added dialogue where Sparta was actually going to be in the game. I think Drew Coombs was actually voiced it. Like, he was saying, like, screw the family reunion, I have to save Trish. I don't know if you guys seen that, though.
I could have followed the tradition of main characters as wars beyond me. I need to save this person. Like in The Evil Within 2 and Alan Wake 2.
Alrighty. You guys ready to get started on the probably one of the worst videos I've ever seen?
I just saw it in the morning, though. I already forgot about it, so I'm glad I'm getting some refreshments on this great video. So
that's great. Alright, so let's get started.
Some people have told me that DmC Devil May Cry is a good game, but a bad Devil May Cry. Well, I gotta say, it was a bad Devil May Cry.
Nice.
I played a lot of bad games. Some of them are just bad.
No, rewind that shit. Go all the way back to the beginning. I need to see that again.
Alright.
Some people have told me that DmC Devil May Cry is a good game, but a bad Devil May Cry. Well, I gotta say, it was a bad Devil May Cry.
Nice.
I played a lot of bad games.
I would just laugh at that. I wouldn't even be like, that's bad game design. I'd be like, bro.
Yeah, because like the game does tell you that's an environmental hazard, but it is extremely funny that it literally flips you into an eternal death. It combos you like it's a hacker in a fighting game.
when I first played DmC Devil May Cry, that happened to me, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it depends.
Exactly, Dead Mood. He's like comboing he's ascending in a combo for that in that specific area where the last thing you should do is that. So like, how is that the game's fault? It's like trying to fight. It's like trying to fight in the Dark Souls game next to a cliff, and you're using like wide attacks that force your character to run, and he ends up falling off the cliff. Like, how is that?
Like jumping into a spinning fan and then complaining that you took damage.
Yeah. Oh man, we're only 19 seconds in, guys. We got a whole
20 seconds in, and we're already pissed off.
Yeah.
Okay, play it.
Games. Some of them are just bad to the state of being unplayable, some are just boring bad, and some are DmC Devil May Cry.
Helicopter!
Okay, can I not?
No, even worse. He compared
My guy said the reboot's unplayable, just like this game here, Sonic 06. I'm like, bro.
No, bro. It's even worse than that.
Even Sonic 06 isn't completely unplayable. It's just annoying.
When he compares the gameplay to like DmC 1 and 2, it's gonna knock your socks off.
Oh yeah.
But it's even worse than that, because he said that like bad to the point of unplayable and shows Sonic 06, and then he showed bad that's just boring and shows Postal 3, a game that is so bad that the developers of Postal 3 made a DLC of Postal 2 where it turns out that all the events of Postal 3 were in the main character's head and therefore are not canon. And they constantly mock it. At least Sega had some merit. Like, there are some good things about Sonic 06. It has one of the best soundtracks of all time, and the level design is kind of peak. The only problem is everything else about it.
Yeah, level design's not peak. I would disagree with that. It's solid, but because of the mechanics, the level design cannot shine whatsoever.
Exactly. Meanwhile, there's nothing good about Postal 3. It's even a meme. It's a meme of how bad it is.
I've played Postal 3.
They did that on purpose as a marketing tool.
But that's how you know. That's. I think they stopped selling it because of how they like removed it from Steam because of how bad
they
it is.
removed it.
But
I've played Postal 2 though. So.
But yeah, that's how you know the palette of taste that this guy has is. He considers Postal 3 boring and Sonic 06 unplayable bad.
Not call it that? What kind of SMH my head name is this? From now on I will call it a
petition, the DmC reboot.
Do you want to sign my
petition? You want to sign my petition? Yeah. Alright, go on.
Would you like to sign my petition?
It gets worse from here.
DmC Reboot. And if we look into the Devil May Cry series, it is considered to be one of the best video game franchises of all time, releasing banger after banger after banger after probably one of the greatest video game masterpieces of all time.
Bam!
You can. This is the
best
Yes.
This guy is dick riding so bad right now.
Just called it the greatest game, one of the greatest masterpieces.
This guy is dick riding so bad right now, dude. I love DmC.
The dick riding.
I love DmC, but Jesus Christ, it's not one of the greatest franchises of all time.
Exactly.
No, because if it was, it wouldn't be niche as it is in terms of the way to play it. It's fun. It's a good game series, of course, but it's not one of the GOATs. It's definitely not even close.
Even if it was, you would give credit to this game.
And the first time that the Devil May Cry became mainstream was like in 5, because that's like the highest selling one of all time. And it was there was DLC, like special event for those mobile games for people who still play mobile games that have gacha elements on them, where it's got DmC 5 Dante is here, but like. Also, did you notice how he said banger after banger after banger, and he goes 1, 3, 4, and then 5? Like, I don't know. I can only count to 4, but I feel like he skipped one number there to say that. To say it's banger after banger.
You'll hear some good things about that game. You'll hear it.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
Oh, sadly.
Oh, also keep in mind that he called DmC 5 one of the greatest masterpieces of all time. I will bring that up over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh, please do. Thank you.
Time, releasing banger after banger after banger after probably one of the greatest video game masterpieces of all time. But there are layers, icebergs to this, and if we gaze into the flaming pits of hell and go deeper, like really deep. Okay, not that deep. We will stumble upon these two. Holy shit, these games are abominations. Well, the second one is. It is quite literally one of the worst games I've ever played. And I played some stinkers in my lifetime, trust me.
I just want to say, he just said that DmC 5 was one of the greatest masterpieces of all time. And then he just said that DmC 2 is one of the worst games of all time. And the fact they're in the same series is quite interesting.
Dude, it's the greatest franchise of all time. You didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. You just need to.
You just don't know.
You just don't get
It's
it.
the greatest franchise of all time.
Yeah, greatest games of all time.
You guys can play the video.
What about the reboot? It can't be that bad. It is. It is fucking horrible mess of a dumpster fire diarrhea projected right into my oral cavity and sprinkled with some no-no words and sex every 3 seconds.
That sounds like a personal problem, dude. It sounds like you've been through something like that. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You're just like that.
Sex every 3 seconds, guys.
Let's keep in mind how much of a purist mindset he has, because swearing is bad, But just count. Just,
yeah, dude, sex is bad.
If people want to play a drinking game, just drink every time he swears in the game, in the video.
Cursing is bad and sex is bad, yet he's talking about anal and oral cavities and cursing every 3 seconds.
Yes.
Homie just...
Yeah.
It's a contradiction of a contradiction.
He just doesn't get laid enough, it's that simple.
Oh boy.
Whoa, hold up that back.
Low insults. I'm gonna throw some low insults in, okay?
That's
just
okay.
natural.
Most people, I'd say, give him the chance, give him respect. Nah, not this guy. Not this guy. I'm sorry.
No, he already started off on a bad note just by talking about oral cavities, diarrhea, cussing, and sex, and I'm like, okay, yeah.
No words.
No.
Whoa, hold up that. Bass, aren't you being too harsh on the game? Yes, well, yes I am. But after suffering through more than 30 hours of this pathetic excuse of a game, I just cannot contain my feelings about it. The game fails at literally everything.
He hates this game so much he only played 30 hours of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone here who has at the bare minimum like over 60 hours on the game, your opinions are irrelevant. He played 30 hours of it. He knows more than you do.
Exactly. He knows more than us. He's clearly enlightened. He's the YouTuber. He must be right.
His editing skills say that. And his memes are funny, unlike DmC Devil May Cry. I find poop jokes funny.
Exactly, because he said anal and cavity and stuff. It's funny.
It's not even a review, he's just like insulting the game.
Yeah, get used to that.
Yeah.
It's like 90% of the video.
He's just like expressing his feelings in the game. He's not actually reviewing the game.
Yeah, this video isn't actually a review. It's actually just him telling you that it's worse than you remember. I'm like, I don't remember half the shit you're saying here.
At least Splinter, at least Splinter, like at least the other things you actually, other reviews you've actually reviewed, they're actually somewhat of a review. This game's not even trying. It's just like insults, like saying poop and ass.
Yep, that's how it is for like most of the video. And his criticisms that he does bring up is so bad. Yeah. You piss, haha. He said he also goes into many more expletives, but it's just like get used to that. Especially his stuff on this story. His stuff on this story is like it's nothing. Like he literally has like no real I'll show you when you get there, but you'll see what I mean.
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're good.
Get there because we keep pause. I feel like I need to pause every second he speaks a word.
Oh man. Alright.
The game fails at literally everything it does. Gameplay, bad. Music, inconsistent. Boss fights, garbage. Combos, lack depth. Story, visual design is good. No, really, it is really, really good and cool looking.
Oh, I since I'm the gameplay guy here, I want to fucking smash my monitor. Want to smash the monitor, bro. He said his combos like death, bro. What do you mean you can't even pull off a jump cancel, homie? I don't even want to even. I can't even talk to you. I can't even talk to you seriously. You're one of those fucking redditors that I just would demolish and fucking destroy your entire existence.
I just want to say, I'll spoil one thing. This is a downgrade from DmC 1 combat or DmC 1 gameplay.
What do you mean?
Oh, you'll see.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, we'll get to that point. We'll get to there.
Air combos in that.
No.
It's
I'm gonna have an aneurysm watching this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking this I'm gonna die.
Not even like
Yes, Sahan. He did say that the combos lack depth. And the way he explains it is literally just that every weapon individually doesn't have many inputs for combos. That's
me.
Which doesn't make any fucking sense because unlike DmC,
actually
I can use every weapon at once.
Oh,
Why does that matter?
oh, you'll see.
One of the only things they nailed in this game. So in this video I would like to take out this souvenir I got from my trip to Birmingham and really dissect this game for us to analyze. But why, you may ask? Well, it is simply because I'm not a big fan of enduring agonizing torture alone, so come and join me.
Look how they massacred my boy.
So before I start disintegrating this game into complete molecules, I would like to talk about what this game does and actually succeeds in, and what is good about the game. Well, while it is loading you can watch some sample combos, which is cool. So what is bad about the game? Literally every...
I didn't think so.
Of course you can. One of them
They're actually really easy. You should try it sometime. They're super easy.
He teaches you how to jump cancel.
Yeah, one of them have jump canceling in it. He can't pull it off because he doesn't do any
And
jump
canceling is way easier in this than like other Devil May Cry games.
Yeah, let me point out something. Let me point out what something.
30 hours, remember.
Let me point out something that Eddie said. Isn't this idiot called the soundtrack cool and then immediately called it trash right after? Yes, welcome to that. He will say sometimes that the game is extremely bad or mediocre, and then at certain points he'll say it's good. It's inconsistent, man.
Sorry, I had to mute myself, deafen myself. But I'm back.
Literally everything else. But jokes aside, the visual presentation of this game is great. The color palette, the transforming world, these cool lines of text appearing at some moments, it just feels like, Everything besides the characters and enemies models look great. The battle themes are on point in
It's like, it's so fucking satisfying, dude. Come on, bro.
You just hear Dante screaming.
Dude, DmC4, when you finish up an encounter, it's like, yay, you did it. And that's it. It's like, oh my god, you did it. And then, like, DmC5, I'm glad they kind of took inspiration from the reboot where the slow-mo effect plays. I do like that. I think that's super cool, and I hope they keep it in future titles. Luckily in DmC4, if you're on PC, there's a mod on the trainer that lets you have the kill cam slowdown, which is really, really cool. But yeah, like, anytime you finish up an encounter, it's fucking goated on reboot.
You are completely incorrect. DmC5 did not take this from the reboot. That's just a huge coincidence.
DmC5 made DmC5 a good game because DmC5 is very original.
Yeah, exactly.
trying to get that punk feeling to the game, which results in the creation of the most awesome metal tracks this series has. Oh, wait. Do you guys hear that?
Oh boy.
Oh no, they're coming! Hide the women! Save the kids! Run! I don't call this not metal. This is literally not metal. This is not metal. Everything that has more than 3 listeners is not metal, you poser. Can't show you the music though, because it is copyrighted. But don't worry, I will recreate it for you. Hey! You! What the freak is? I can't swear because YouTube will demonetize my video!
But he swears often.
He
literally started swearing at the start of the video.
Yeah, this is the greatest part of the whole video because he's saying, 1, it's copyrighted. 2, he's singing a song that isn't from the DMC Devil May Cry original soundtrack.
No.
And 3, he says I can't swear, yet he's going to continue swearing after this part. So
Didn't he just use the Doom soundtrack? Like, how's that not more copywritten?
So first of all, video game soundtracks are usually like not copyright heavy unless you're playing a Nintendo game, in which case go fuck yourself.
Bye.
Nintendo lawyers are evil. Secondly, no, you don't get copyrighted by using the soundtrack of DMC Devil May Cry. You're pretty solid on that one. Secondly, what the fuck is wrong with you is not from the No Redemption album of the game. It's from the album of the same name. So, like, it's like you're talking. Clearly, this man has done so much research that he doesn't know that he can use the music of the game. He doesn't know the music of the game, and he also says he can't swear, but he continues swearing. This man is a genius beyond our years.
Yeah, we just don't understand him. We're just not at that high level IQ, man.
We're not even like halfway done with this fucking video.
Yep.
But as I said before,
we're like 3 minutes in.
We're all gonna have like white hair by the end of this
Yeah.
video.
No, we're just gonna die. We're just gonna kill ourselves. It's that simple.
We're gonna become like Death Scissors.
Dude, if you
But
guys
as I
think
said
this
before-
is half as painful, just imagine me trying to go over the editing of this video, respond to it, and then have to listen to it multiple times. That's torture. Holy shit.
Actually, if I die, I think I'd be one of those fallen angels from DMC3. I'd be like really annoying going through the floors and shit.
I would be a nobody.
Yeah. Thanks.
Also, this is
And
my
then like,
favorite
and then
part
when I
about
die, I
it.
just explode all over the place for like 5 minutes.
This is my favorite part about his criticism of the soundtrack. Like, listen to this.
the soundtrack is very inconsistent, and some points it will blast you with some sweet dubstep tunes that literally makes my eardrums explode. Sound design on the weapons.
So he calls the soundtrack. He calls the soundtrack inconsistent because it goes from like industrial metal to dubstep.
I hope his ears exploded.
Can somebody tell me the amount of genre? Does anybody here know how many genres DMC5 soundtrack has?
It
has more than 2.
It's like electronic.
It has several.
Like techno, heavy metal.
It has EDM, techno, heavy metal, alternative. Also probably some metal cores in there. And
greatest masterpieces of all
I
time.
guess
Okay.
classical too, actually.
Yep.
If you really think about it, classical.
Yep.
So.
When you're at Nico's van.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro, it's inconsistent, bro.
Unlike DmC 5, the greatest masterpiece of all time.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes.
I really can't get that in my head.
Suffers from the same issue. Some weapons sound and feel really good, and some just feel like someone is crashing the blackboard with a fork. Seriously, what is this sound? And that is pretty much all.
What is that sound? What do you mean? The sounds in the reboot and with the weapons are so fucking tight. I wish some of those sounds had translated over to the mainline. I guess 5 in a way. Aquila's sound effects are really cool.
Yeah, they all have a distinct
Osiris
sound
as well. The only sounds I really don't like is I guess Eric's, and that's just because I don't really like Hulk Hands the weapon very much. So,
Right.
But I did like the rest of the sounds. I really like the gun sounds. The gun sounds are really nice. Ebony and Ivory, yeah, I mean it's nice with the charge shot, but the standard shot's a little, I don't know, it's a little stale to me. But
I think the original Ebony Ivory had more of like a bassy sound. It goes like doo 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 doo.
Yeah, I like the DmC 4 Ebony Ivory sounds. That's just me.
I like the original shotgun sound.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Revenant. It's such a good. It sounds so fun. Yes,
Yeah.
I love the sounds of it.
Even when you're switching weapons, they have a distinct good sound. Like that's the best part about it.
Yes. Kablooey's cool too, but yeah.
Yeah, but, the scythe. It's like why does the scythe? Why does the scythe sound like a scythe? Yeah, because Osiris is like a small piece of metal. So when that cuts through something, it's not like the whole thing's gonna sound like you just used an axe, like you just used Arbiter. Osiris, of course, it's gonna sound weird.
I think he just wants Minecraft sounds for weapons.
Yeah, he just wants anime sounds in his game.
All right, let's go.
Okay, let's talk about the gameplay now. The gameplay of the series always consisted of 3 main elements. Combat, the most important part of them all, platforming that always makes me contemplating game ending myself, and searching for secrets and orbs. And let's talk combat first, and I don't even know where to start with it. The combat feels like a downgrade from Devil May Cry 1 that came out way back in 1984 when...
Yep.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
Alright. Yep.
Wait, rewind that? What did he say?
Rewind it.
I told you guys this was gonna happen. I'll rewind it. Okay.
and searching for secrets and orbs. And let's talk combat first, and I don't even know where to start with it. The combat feels like a downgrade from Devil May Cry 1 that came out way back in 1984 when dinosaurs were walking among us.
Oh my
It has pretty much no depth at all.
Yeah, guys. DmC 1 has better combat than DmC Devil May Cry. I can understand saying that for 3, maybe 4, and maybe 5, but what kind of universe do you believe that DmC 1, the game that only lets you have like one melee weapon, one gun, and not even a style, and think that it's somehow better than the reboot? What?
Has anyone actually played Dante Must Die? There, you can pretty much kill every enemy with Inferno and just use the grenade launcher. It's like it breaks the game practically.
Like, I personally think that I would not add Devil May Cry 1 with the other Devil May Cry games, because Devil May Cry 1 is like one of the only few Devil May Cry games where you don't have to fight every enemy. You can play like a Resident Evil game where it's like, I just killed 2 of these guys, so I'm leaving the room because I don't want to deal with them. I can speed run the game. I mean, sure, you still have to fight the bosses, but in DmC 1, you don't have to fight all of them, and the game is designed around that. It's around speed running.
When you're fighting
bosses. Exactly, and it's not really about fighting every single enemy, because they don't lock you in a room like 3, 4, and 5, and the reboot do. So comparing those two, it's just people pleasing because this guy's clearly a guy who played the games retroactively with DmC 5 person that he was following and told him, which is like 3, 4, and 1.
We should just start calling DmC 5 that.
The greatest masterpiece.
The greatest masterpiece.
The combos are wacky and very satisfying at times, but the game suffers a lot from the enemy designs, which in a game like this is hugely important. Every time you try to play the game and do something cool, the game goes like, okay, stop, wait, no, stop, do not try anything cool, okay, stop. Okay, now you can play the game. Oh, stop! Did I just catch you having fun? No, you're not supposed to have that. On higher difficulties, I was literally yeahbaby.mp.
Docs reference in a DMC video?
I don't. He
Boy, I had to slap you like a pimp named Slickback, bro.
Good reference.
Just like, it's you know, because the game forces you to, it stops you from having fun. I'm like, okay, define fun, define how it stops you. And what he actually goes on about, it's the game forces him to use specific weapons to do specific things to specific enemies in order to break their defenses. I'm like, oh, so if you think that's bad, then Doom Eternal is a bad game.
Or every other DMC game, because they require you to do something, especially DMC 3 enemies where you have to like turn around and then look at the enemy, or like you had to go around to where their weak spot is, or the angels where they just like fall through the ground randomly and you have to wait for them. Like it's way worse than 3.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
but those are
I mean, I don't like
example,
the color-coded enemies, but I mean, it's not as bad as some of the other stuff in the previous titles.
It's like
the thing about those.
Yep.
Like the thing about those specific enemies in DMC 3, like the one, like I don't think the ghost where you have to turn around to hit him is the worst enemy. I think the worst enemy is the one with those shields where you have to hit him in the back, and if you jump above them, they
Yes.
the sword with you.
The like thing from Zelda. Freaking
yeah. So I call those enemies gimmick enemies, where you have to do a specific thing. But you could still, if you're a loser, use only one weapon to beat him. Meanwhile, in DMC, you're forced to use specific weapons to beat certain enemies, like how with the Shielded Knight, you can either parry his attack to break his defense, use the Demon Pole to break his defense, or break his shield with Arbiter and Eric. But, you know, all he's seeing is, I have to use Arbiter, therefore the game is forcing me to play a certain way, therefore I'm not having fun, even though Doom Eternal does that exact same thing, and I'm using the soundtrack of Doom Eternal to make jokes here, so I don't even know why the fuck am I forgetting about that game. Jesus Christ. This guy just wants to shit on DMC. Like, he's not actually doing a review here. He's just looking for ways to shit on DMC, and whenever you apply that same standard to anything else, he'll just pretend it doesn't exist. It's not the same. It's not applicable.
Play that shit.
Enemy that I can actually combo. Every single makes you want to tear your hair out, because each and every one of them limits what weapons you need to use to win. You see this guy? Use fists. Oh, shields? Use an axe. This spirit from Dead by Daylight? Use this.
Just describing how he's playing the game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
how noobs play.
Yep.
Yeah, like when he says the big guys, you have to use your fists. I never use fists on a tyrant. You know what I actually use? Rico shot.
Yeah,
I use Rico shot.
Exactly.
That's all I use, because that not only does it do more damage because it goes straight to his back and then it keeps hitting him, it also knocks him down. And another thing you can also use, the Angel Uppercut. The Angel Uppercut, the attack that does the most damage in all of DMC Devil May Cry, you can use it to make him heal.
Dude, just go watch a fucking Nyx video for like 2 seconds when he's comboing on a Death Knight in freestyle, and he doesn't even use the fists or Arbiter to break the shield. Like, he actually jump cancels and tries to combo on the shield to break it, and he does. And it's really just for style, of course, but yeah. Like, you can go watch a Nyx video for 2 seconds and know that you don't have to use You're not limited as much as
but Percival,
this jackass here is saying.
No, but Percival, DmC 5 is one of the greatest masterpieces ever made. So clearly he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to do that research.
That'll really stick with you.
I don't even hate the color-coded enemies anymore. I actually grew to love them over time. That's
I don't really hate them, but I don't like them either. I'm just kind of indifferent.
I only have the original version, so I mean,
I'm
it's
just
only 2 enemies.
kind of indifferent.
Not
like the only problem I have with color-coded enemies is they don't take damage from guns. That's what I think is like a bit of a down. So the only way I can use it is with my Devil Trigger, but other than that, it's like
even Blitz took damage from guns.
Real. I mean, Blitz has to take damage from guns.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. My PTSD is getting triggered over Blitz.
Alright. Play that.
I actually like blitzes, but I'm a Virgil player. I don't have to struggle.
It's true. I'm a hero player, therefore I don't struggle either. But I'm also a Trish player, therefore I suffer.
I think with Nero, you just charge up blue rose, and you just do a bunch of busters on them.
Yeah.
Blue Rose, Buster, game ended.
Exactly, yeah.
These things. Oh, nice Shadow Warrior weapon you got there. Now let me take it to an actual good game.
I don't know.
Fortnite.
It's from somebody else,
I'm
though.
gonna say it right here. This is the most evident part of me saying that his taste in games.
Oh wait, it's Shadow Warrior. That's what he's talking about.
Actually, it's not even Shadow Warrior. This is Shadow Warrior 2. As somebody who has spent, I'm going to go 1 minute to my Steam account and check exactly how much time I have on Shadow Warrior 2. As somebody who has spent 89.3 hours on Shadow Warrior 2, if you tell me with a straight face that game is good, I will tell you your taste in games is bad. You're just like Borderlands, because Shadow Warrior 2 is just Borderlands with dick jokes. It's not a good game. And when you tell me that the Starblades are actually good in the game, I'm sorry, I can't take you seriously either, because they have the same properties as a sword. The only difference is they do a different animation and less damage.
Yep.
God, I hate Shadow Warrior 2. And this guy just casually telling people, oh yeah, let me play it in a good game. Oh god.
Isn't Shadow Warrior 3 actually pretty decent though?
I hope it is. I haven't played it, but I hope it is. The second one's just shit.
I know it's kind of like a Doom clone, Shadow Warrior 3. In a way.
Hope so,
In its own way.
Because Shadow Warrior 2 is just Borderlands. Like, unironically, it has the same idea of giving you like 600 million guns, but like they're all clones of each other with different attachments.
My favorite part about this is that he doesn't even use his own gameplay. It's gameplay from somebody else.
Wait, so none of this is his gameplay?
Well,
Yeah, that's why he asked the source man.
Oh god.
Damn,
Oh,
nice.
no.
We love that.
Oh, that makes it even worse. No.
No, that makes it even better. That means he didn't even play the game that he's calling good.
What a bitch.
Imagine you are playing Devil May Cry 3 and the game goes like, oh, you see these dudes? The only way to deal any damage to them is to use funny talking swords. Have fun, dumbass. And Devil May Cry...
What?
but it does, though.
The game
It's the same problem?
Yeah.
If it's telling you to use a certain weapon, wouldn't that be the same problem as the reboot in his mind?
Yeah, he's saying that imagine you're playing DmC 3 and you're forced to change weapons. I'm like, okay. Like, if I'm allowed to equip every weapon in the game, and the game tells me, oh yeah, these enemies can only be hurt by this weapon, so you need to break their defense with this weapon in order to... I'm like, yeah, that's the game encouraging you to switch your styles. It's almost like the game is encouraging you to experiment.
I mean, if you want to get technical, you have to switch weapons to increase your style rank, number one. Number two, DT enemies have stun values and knockback values that you have to keep track of to even break their defense to begin with. And if you don't know what that is, you may as well bust out your fucking calculator on your Microsoft PC, and that'll be your trainer for the rest of your fucking life, and that's how you'll get good at DmC 3.
I have
DmC 3. I
Sorry,
don't even do that.
I just had to go on about that.
Like, I don't even switch weapons in DMC3. I just use like Ebony and Ivory, Coyote B, and Rebellion. That's it, because that's all I need to get a triple S. And then when I'm bored, I just whip out Nivon, and then I would remind myself, oh right, every combo in DMC3 that isn't the main combo requires you to button mash. That's why my right thumb hurts so much. God!
Another thing you have to do too is if you're using DT enemies, by the way, each weapon has their own different stun, like, damage number and knockback damage number, so like you have to account for that too.
Yeah, you have to have
So
a degree from Harvard just
in
to
a
figure it
way, if you're dealing with DT enemies, it is fixating you to only deal a certain amount of damage to be able to launch them or knock them back. So does that mean DMC3 is bad because it's forcing you to use certain numbers if you're willing to study? Not that this guy is smart enough to do that. But
let's be real here. Let's be real here. Does anyone here in this chat think that Magic School Base actually played Devil May Cry 3 and Dante Must Die difficulty?
No way.
I mean, in fairness, I haven't either, so I can't just.
I haven't, but at least I'm confident enough to say I have.
I have, but it's not fun.
Let's continue with this man's take.
Cry 1 also did that. Plasma and Frost Juice were taking way less damage from the Electro Sword, but they were still taking it. Some of the enemies in this game are color-coded, which means you can only use 2 weapons on them. No, you can't use your guns either, fuck you! This is not about having fun, this is about being cool. If you try to attack them with your normal weapons, it will just literally bounce off like in that other game that nobody played. What the fuck? At least let me use it to chain the combo together. And on higher difficulties, it is very hard to find.
why did he use that?
My favorite part is that he'll never, and remember this, chat. Remember everybody.
I hate that actually made me laugh. That he just said "fuck" at the same time as reboot Dante.
Oh yeah, that's some good edit.
But I just want
to. That just made me laugh.
But like, here's one thing I need to like point out about him talking. Like, oh, I can't use any weapon I want. In every single footage he's using to criticize that, he has his devil trigger. He has the ability to use his devil trigger and use whatever weapon he wants. He doesn't point this out ever. Like,
I don't even think he points out. I don't even think he knows that there's a definitive edition.
Oh, guys. Okay, so here's something that I can show off a little bit. I decided to look into his comment section because I thought, oh, surely people have brought this point up to him. And in one comment, I have the pictures. I'll send them afterwards. But in one comment, he understands that it's different, but he says they're still basically the same game, but understands that there is a different version that fixes the color-coded enemies.
Yeah. Also, like, when it comes to Magic School Base's video, like, if you actually want to have bad takes told to you over and over, you can just comment on his video, and he will reply to you.
Yeah.
And also, he does know that there is such a thing as definitive edition because this video was uploaded, and I know this date, November 9, 2022. He has had years to look this up.
Oh,
the game came out. He's spent 9 years. 9 years that this game has existed by the time that he uploaded this, and he still didn't do half the research he has to do.
That's even worse. He knew that it existed, but he didn't put it in his 40-minute long review. Yeah,
because this video is a hit. This isn't an actual essay, because an actual essay would tell you, like, wait, what? Splinter, why the fuck is there a video in the recommendation saying DMC Devil May Cry was a mistake?
What? Where?
Look at your recommended on the right, below the Santa brought a vanilla chill hip hop simply. No, scroll down.
What the fuck?
Where is it?
Scroll down.
I've never seen this video before.
I don't even see it.
See, Devil May Cry was a mistake?
There it is.
Hold on.
We're not gonna watch that.
No,
but
we
I know
aren't.
that it exists.
I didn't.
So now
when was
that
this
I'm done
released?
talking about an early 2013 game
Wait, when
that
did
was
it say
so
it was
negative.
released? Like months ago? Or
2 months ago.
Yesterday. Not. It just released
2 months ago.
yesterday.
Why do they keep showing up? Why do they keep existing?
Bro.
This year.
This year, wow.
They're infecting. Oh my god. Great. Oh,
Spreading
man.
like wildfire.
I won't have enough time to add this to my video.
Spreading faster than COVID.
I won't even have time to put this in the video.
You will not put it into the video. You just do like a fucking short reaction, put it on your second channel, and say, "I didn't even know this mental illness existed until yesterday."
I'll do that.
Pandemic, right?
Oh my god, kill me. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Like the first comment I see, I've always loved the reboot. There we go.
Just so rad.
Whatever. Anyway, I'm posting this comment just in case he wants to come in. Just in case. Just in case. Anyway, sorry.
Yo, we are responding to you all. I think he will reply to it.
We'll see.
I wonder if there's gonna be a debate between you two.
Oh, I'd make it happen. I've got my notes. I'm prepared. I've got a script
That is gonna be a fucking shit show.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my popcorn ready for that one. Jeez.
If we can make it happen, we'll make it happen, man. All right, I'll take care of it. Okay.
I would not mind moderate. I would love to moderate it.
Well, you're more than welcome to.
That debate is going to be like Ron DeSantis versus Gavin Newsom. That's how it's going to go.
Oh, funny.
I've actually left a comment on this video before, and he does reply to you immediately, like not immediately, but like a day or two or a week, within a week, and I would not debate him. It is a lost cause.
We'll see.
I was just wondering. Yeah.
Oh man. I have to make another. I can't believe it. It's not fair, guys. It's not fair to be the one to defend DmC Double May Cry. It's not fair, man.
I think this is just a circle jerk thing at this point. This can't be. I don't think this is like an actual review. I think this is just like at this point pandering.
Like bait?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
no,
clout. 100%. 100%.
I think at this point, we should stop like attacking people who like review these games because we can clearly tell they don't know how to read or anything. We should just do the opposite, which is to start creating. Like, fuck it. Some of us needs to make a DmC 2. Make a game right now.
Yeah.
So somebody here, download a game engine, learn how to use it, and make the game right now.
I'll support you. I'll support you financially. I'll support you spiritually.
I kind of actually wanted to make like a DmC Devil May Cry, but I wanted to call it DmC May Cry, where I wanted it to be a 2D 16-bit game. But then I decided, how about I spend the time making something else, like learning. First of all, I need to learn how to do pixel art. So,
Fans May Cry.
Oh man. Anyway.
Action.
God damn it. I can't believe
of course, for Clouded Easy. Let's continue before this video kills us.
Dude, the funny thing about these comments that I'm seeing on this new video is that they're positive on DmC Don't Make Cry.
Yeah, like, actually, Splinter, instead of looking at top, like, change the filter to new. Like, go to the filter, and, like, change it from top to sort by newest. Like, you can see some people actually praise. They're praising the game because he's replying to it. Or, they're shitting on the game and he's agreeing with them.
DmC is many things, but is not boring. True, needed some bait for the thumb. Losers, creeps, pedos were already taken.
What?
Yep.
If you go a little bit further down, there's a high chance you will find me, like, commenting.
That was a comment. That was a reply from him, by the way.
Oh my god. Oh no. Hold on, I gotta fix something real quick.
Comment, reply.
Sorry, anyway, back. Anyway. Why did we get sidetracked? Man, this is so unfair, guys. There isn't that many comments, to be fair. Let me see when. That's it. I did partially. What the fuck? Anyway, let's just continue on. Well, I'll have to get to this video another time. Add that to the list. Oh, God.
Yeah, this video is a gravesite.
Kill me. Anyway, let's just continue. I can't even. My heart can't take it. All right.
But you played, what the fuck? At least let me use it to chain the combo together. And on higher difficulties, it is very hard to find an enemy which is not a color-coded garbage. Seriously, Devil May Cry 2 had better enemies. Who thought that this is a good idea? And some enemies are just fucking awful. In Devil May Cry 4, I really disliked fighting Blitz because you're forced to use a specific playstyle of shooting it first and then dealing damage. But luckily, you didn't have to fight this guy too many times. Well, in this stinker, everyone is Blitz. Pretty much all of the enemies.
Everyone's Blitz.
Everyone's Blitz. That's right.
For starters, the reason for why Blitz is a bad enemy is not because you have to shoot him first and then you have to hit him before he regenerates. The reason Blitz is a bad enemy is because he is antithetical to every other enemy out there. He does not take his time with attacking you. His attacks are AoE, so if he attacks one enemy and you're just in the way, fuck you, you take the hit as well. He doesn't actually have a wind-up for many of his attacks. Like, the only reason you know he's going to attack you is because you already taken the abuse, and you know how to time when he's going to show up and do either a lunge attack or a basic attack where he literally just teleports right in front of you and he's just already starting a swipe to hit you in the face. Like, Blitz is an awful enemy because of everything around that, on top of the fact that you have to shoot him first in order to hit him a little bit, and then he goes into this, if you don't kill him immediately when he's weakened, he will go all kamikaze on your ass, where he's going to do, his attacks do even more damage, and there's a high chance he will grab you and Allahu Akbar himself to do massive damage, which, if you're playing in Bloody Palace with anyone that isn't either Lady or Nero, you're gonna have a bad time because he is awful with Trish, and actually Virgil has the benefit of having his hollow blades do piercing damage. God, I can't believe they made Virgil so OP in 4.
Oh man, but every enemy, guys, come on, every enemy, they're just exactly like Blitz.
Of course. I hate how the enemies have a specific defense that you can overcome easily.
And again, on higher difficulties, you only fight these enemies, stacked on top of each other, over and over, just the way I like it. I think this enemy in particular really encapsulates everything that is awful with this game. This chick has a shield that you need to break with a specific weapon. Then you can do like 5 seconds of damage to her, and then she teleports away with a new shield. Awesome. You can also parry the daggers she throws at you, which is very hard.
Yeah, very hard, guys, even though you can just hold prop and it'll automatically parry. But, it's very hard, guys. Very hard.
Yeah, and also, one thing that you notice that he didn't say is that he makes it sound like you have to hit the shield. But you don't actually have to hit her shield. You can just do the best strategy that everyone knows, which is ignore her, so she gives the shield to someone else, so then you can go, gotcha bitch, and just start beating the shit out of her until she teleports away and realizes she needs a restraining order from Dante.
Exactly.
And then you do the cycle again.
Sorry guys, I had to do some stuff quickly. Sorry.
You're good.
You're good.
You're all good. You're all good.
Considering how hitboxes are in this game. Or you can put then send them back, which also doesn't.
Like, I would say the hitboxes are so precise that Dante's second animation, just racing the head of the enemy, is really precise, which is something that even DmC 5 has and is praised for. Like, the animation that Dante does when he's firing up his kick mode, Balrog, where he's, I'm all fired up. If you do a specific move and it hits a specific attack at a specific enemy, Dante will parry. It will count as an attack, and Dante will parry. There's also the fact that when Dante moves does that dance, if Virgil shoots him a hollow blade and Dante just moves out of the way because he's dancing, it will not hit him because the hitboxes are just that precise. So you're just praising DmC.
You can also parry by just jumping. Oh, wrong.
Yeah, that too. But why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you question the greatest masterpiece of all time?
Exactly. See, now we're getting on point. See, it all comes back to that.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
DmC 5 is the GOAT.
No, it's the goat that gave birth to the goat.
It was a goat born from DmC Devilmaker.
Pull the daggers to you and then send them back, which also doesn't work because of the awful targeting system that we'll discuss in a bit. You can't ignore the enemy.
I just want to bring up a fact, just really, really quick. This man talked about poor hitboxes, but then proceeded to use Dark Souls 1 footage. Which I found to be
Dark Souls hitboxes.
which I found to be really funny.
Is it known for having bad hitboxes?
My bad. Yeah, Dark Souls 1 has like absolutely terrible hitboxes. Terrible hitboxes. Literally, you go play PvP, and it's nothing but whoever gets the first backstab can endlessly backstab you. That's how bad it is. Yes. So.
Minecraft probably has better PvP then.
Yeah. All right, play it.
With any enemy as well, and you have to fight her like 20 times, if not more, accompanied by the same invincible enemies over and over again. It is so
Okay, bro, I can tell you haven't played the game because if you really have a problem like that, what I would do personally to get rid of that witch as quick as possible, I would just get off the platform, devil pull her, use Eric's to like hit her so she falls to the fucking endless death pit and immediately dies an environmental kill. And then you just go back and you clearly don't have a brain to think in this game because this game gives you plenty of options to instantly kill enemies and you're not taking advantage of any of them.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I second that. This guy, he hasn't played the game.
flying, guys. That
30 hours, bro. 30 hours.
30 hours, yeah. How do we know? He has 30 hours.
possible to fight because they can just cast an AoE that you cannot cancel.
Use the AoE. You just need to clip her wings.
Yeah,
Which
just
you
use
do
the shotgun.
with Revenant or with Kablooey or with Ebony and Ivory. You can. You're just not doing it, so you can have a problem to complain about.
Are you talking about the flying enemies?
Yeah, the harpies.
The harpies, yeah.
The harpies, when their AoE attack only happens when they have their wings.
Just clip them and you're done.
To not have their wings shooting off the sky.
It's so stupid, man. It's not... It's so dumb. Alright.
They can spam it too. And speaking of educated guess what this game likes to do with these enemies.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
Can I just say that the guy has never shown a single piece of footage where he has full health in a fight? He always has like less than a fraction of health.
He's got 30 hours. We don't know.
The game also doesn't have a focus mechanic. I don't know what kind of hardcore drugs you need to insert in your anal cavity to think that a game like Devil May Cry doesn't need a focus mechanic, but that was the decision they made.
It's not.
Just look at this shit.
Don't need it.
Yeah, no. What he's saying, he's not talking about the log on. He's going to talk about something even dumber, which he'll show footage of right after.
Okay, sorry.
Why are you turning away?
Like you see, he's saying, "Why are you drawing away?" So he goes and attacks the little flying
Babies?
rat. Yeah, I forgot the little baby here.
You need to insert in your anal cavity to think that a game like Devil May Cry doesn't need a focus.
I know the game by heart, but I don't know any names that aren't the bosses. Anyway.
Like Devil May Cry doesn't need a focus mechanic, but that was the decision they made. Just look at this shit. Why are you turning away, you bastard man?
He's like, why are you drawing away? Like he's saying, why are you drawing away? You move the joystick backwards.
Exactly.
You move the joystick towards the other enemy to do a helm breaker at the other enemy. That is not the game's fault. You intentionally did that. How is the game at fault for not having a lock-on when one of the best benefits is that you can literally start a combo attacking the enemy right in front of you and then finish the combo by hitting the enemy behind you? Like, you're saying that...
Even if he was turning around, even if he was facing the wrong way, he can literally use any angel weapon and just, like, turn around.
That's like even something that BG, Combo Maker, did with their DmC Devil May Cry Combo Mad video, where they're like, that feeling when no lock-on, and they just intentionally miss-shoot and blame the game because it doesn't have a lock-on.
Yeah, BG is a cloud chaser. He's a nice dude. He's a nice dude, but he's a good player. But he has a very, high following, and so, yeah, it's easy for him to make jokes like that for, viewership. Yeah, 100%.
Do hack and slashes outside of Devil May Cry really use lock-on? Because the only hack and slash I've played is Metal Gear Rising, and that you don't really use a lock-on in that as much.
You don't use lock-on in Hi-Fi Rush either.
You don't.
You don't use lock-on in Hi-Fi Rush, you don't use lock-on in Heavenly Sword, and you don't use lock-on in Enslaved Odyssey to the West, and still, I've heard no criticisms of people saying, where's the lock-on?
Yeah.
Does Bayonetta have a lock-on?
In Arkham. You don't use an Arkham.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. Like, the only hack and slashes that I've seen where you do need to use a lock-on is just Devil May Cry 3, 4, and 5. Because in Devil May Cry 1, you kind of only use it to shoot, but you don't actually need it to attack people with swords. In DmC 2, the lock-on is automatic, and it helps with it. You don't even need it, even though it automatically happens.
You don't have to freaking roll.
Like, as a guy who's played plenty of hack and slashes, God of War doesn't have a target lock-on. Nier Automata doesn't have a lock-on.
I don't think they.
Well, it does. It does, but it's different. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
it
only
does,
for the
but you
ranged
don't
weapon. Yeah.
It does, but you don't actually need it. Like, when I'm saying, like, you don't need the lock-on, when I'm saying it doesn't have a lock-on, being facetious, I mean, like, you don't need it. Because Bayonetta has a lock-on, but you don't even need it.
It literally feels way better when you don't use the freaking lock-on. You have to hold on the lock-on.
Yep.
But, DMs, like, to them, that's why some people always go and say, this is a good game, it's not a good Devil May Cry game, because it doesn't have what Devil May Cry has. Even not having these things is not even a detriment.
I mean, does it really, like, they're praising Devil May Cry's gameplay a lot. I mean, it's not perfect either.
Oh yeah, but don't tell them that.
This may not feel like that big of a deal, but
Yeah, exactly, man.
Like this same shit that BG did. Like, he is shooting the enemy from behind, but you can just move your joystick, and Dante, even though he's charging his shot, aiming away from the enemy, he will shoot at them if you just move the joystick. Why is he intentionally doing this? Cloud chasing, obviously. But why is he intentionally doing
There's only one enemy, too. There's only one enemy.
Is this his gameplay?
Yeah.
It has to be. He's not crediting anyone.
Okay.
Oh, man, that's funny.
a specific enemy to not die in a millisecond, it is kind of a big deal. Combos may look flashy and satisfying at times, but it is typical for a western game of this caliber to look cool and do nothing. Basically,
now,
in this game you have...
explain to me what that actually means, I'd be great to hear it.
I feel like this is where it's... Oh, God.
Yeah, I like how he criticizes like Western games by just shitting on. He just shit on an entire section of the gaming industry by just saying, "Oh yeah, they do flashy things that mean nothing." And I'm like, "What are you talking?"
He does realize that the Ninja Theory likes the original series. Like, it's not.
No, he doesn't. He actually doesn't know. He actually doesn't believe that.
Yeah, he thinks that they're a terrible homophobic studio. So what do we know?
Like, bro, unironically, he thinks that they're homophobic.
What?
I did do part of that the presentation. I don't even think the guy knows what Brokeback Mountain is.
Yeah, he's French. How do you know?
French, I'm not sure.
The guy who was presenting was French. And also, they're not talking about Dante's design in in fucking classic DMC4, they're talking about the art style of DMC Devil May Cry, which to them it's like, oh, we were asked to make a Western game, so we initially thought of this. Haha, that's
They
just
wanted to
a joke.
do
We actually
more
thought of
cities
this.
like New York City and just Western cities instead of Gothic cities.
Yeah.
Angel weapons and demon weapons. And you see, cool and flashy aerial combos are only possible if you are using angel weapons. Demon weapons may help you juggle enemies on the ground, but they require you to stay still for a very long time. So, you know, go
the
figure.
Shotgun canceling you can do with the Everix animation. You can cancel it entirely with fireworks. I mean, it's... Ugh.
Yeah, I just love this guy talking about how you can't do barely anything. Like, I will be one of the few people who will say that DMC Devil May Cry's combo system feels to me unfinished. Because, like, okay, we have the Stinger, where it's double input, like, attack. And I'm like, okay, that's a cool idea to have an attack that you don't need to use the lock on, and it does a specific input that in the classic versions does an attack. But why didn't you go all the way? Why don't you let Revenant do that Stinger shot that you do, where you have to double forward gun for him to do that? Or how about even further, give different launch attacks like double forward launch? Like, you can have so many different inputs to add with the same system. Like, that's why when I was talking about in the server once that I want a remake of DMC Devil May Cry, I never thought I'm going to remove the things that are there. But instead, I just want to complement it even further by following the same ideas that they had and just doubling down.
Right.
I think if they ever make a DMC Devil May Cry 2, they would definitely add that.
Yeah. I feel like they would add a lot of things. Like, this is what I've been saying for years now. The original DMC series had so many times to pick up after they fall, but the one chance that the reboot gets it and it stumbles in just a few areas, no, we can't have that. They don't get a second chance. How could they? Like,
they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it.
Yeah, they're a homophobic studio. What do we know?
Yeah, they didn't make the greatest masterpiece of all time.
Exactly. Oh man, that's my favorite meme.
You know, go figure. Also, to use these weapons, you have to hold R2 and L2, which
Okay. There's some evidence that he did play this game on Dante Must Die.
weapons. And you see, cool and flashy aerial combos are only possible if you are using angel weapons. Demon weapons may help you juggle enemies on the ground, but they require you to stay still for a very long time. So, you know, go figure.
This is evidence that he did play Dante Must Die difficulty. We have to give him props that at 30 hours, he actually managed to reach Dante Must Die difficulty. Now, the question whether or not he actually finished the game in Dante Must Die difficulty is a question that is interesting to hold, because, like I said, in every single gameplay footage, he never has full health, meaning I doubt he survived his way to the end of the game.
Also, to use these weapons, you have to hold R2 and L2, which feels so awkward and intuitive, and I was glad to see that.
I was not the only one. I use a Reddit post.
Monkey fuck.
Yeah. Thank you, Reddit.
Sounds like a very serious
I'm not the only
Redditor.
one here.
Dude, when I first saw this,
Someone's calling me a Redditor.
Dude, when I first saw this, I thought I was going insane. When I saw this, I was like, no way, that he just quoted a guy from Reddit sucks monkey fuck. No way. I had to like unsee it for a second and then see it again and then go, oh, this is real. And he doesn't even capitalize his words.
Reddit sucks monkey fuck.
Why would you go on Reddit for?
Obviously, because he's the. Don't you get it? They're geniuses, dude. They know these games. They have all the resources they need. They know everything. Like I said earlier, DMC is the greatest franchise of all time. Okay, and if you can't see that, I'm gonna go complain on Reddit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Type of very mean comment.
I gotta appreciate Magic Schoolbase for posting this post, not because of talking about like the gameplay, but it's because he reminded me that back then in like 2014, 2013, when I was arguing on Google Plus because YouTube had that comment integration shit. Like, I remember when people were complaining that when like journalists were saying that Dante feels more relatable and human in the reboot, unlike the original, they would always argue he's not even half human like OG Dante, and I'm glad that like this comic reminds me of that by saying that when he not even human, like human and relatable, when he not even human, and OG was fucking half human. I'm like, how does that make one character feel more human than the other? Are you saying you can't feel Superman's humanity because he's a fucking alien?
Yeah, he's not human, guys. He's not human. Oh my
I
God.
do find it interesting though how he does feel more human. That is quite interesting.
Yeah, because you just gotta, like, the thing, it's really easy to write a person with a human personality. You just gotta make them react to something, and that reaction can be either positive or negative, and have other characters react to that reaction. Like, if you have Dante, like, for example, sees a demon, and his reaction is, I fucking hate demons. I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his house burnt to the ground. Like, if he goes like that with demons, like Dante used to go in DmC 1 and in the reboot, then to you, it's like, oh yeah, I can relate to that anger. And when people like go, yo, you're a little bit wild in here with demons. Are you okay, Dante? And then he goes, yeah, they kind of killed my family, and I got some unprocessed trauma to deal with it. That's what made Dante human. But we don't have that anymore. Now we just have Wacky Woo Pizza Man.
Wacky.
He's funny, though. He's funny.
Likable. That's the most important thing with characters, for them to be likable.
He can make me laugh. That's the important part.
The only thing I liked about the combos.
Oh wait. Let's give it up for Reddit Suck Monkey Fuck, okay?
Yeah.
Let's give it up for Reddit Suck Monkey Fuck.
Woo!
Thank you, Reddit Suck Monkey Fuck. You made this video a little bit better with your name alone.
Monkey fuck.
That they have a very cool way of chaining together. Basically with these bam bam pause, bam bam bam, switch to weapons instead of starting it from scratch. And speaking of controls,
Splinter, did the editor in you notice how he's talking about pause attacks and then he just goes to a random footage of Lilith's Club and platforming when he's talking about a combo system?
Wait,
like,
he
did
does?
the
What
editor
the fuck?
within you just go, what?
He did.
You not notice? Like, go a little bit back.
to see I was not the only one to think that. The only thing I liked about the combos are that they have a very cool way of chaining together. Basically with these bam bam pause, bam 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 attacks, you can switch to weapons in between the pause and it will continue the new weapons combo instead of starting it from scratch. And speaking of controls, the control scheme for this game is
Did he even
Had
show?
to die. Yeah,
Did
he
he
didn't
even
even
show,
show
like,
any
how much
footage
was-
of it. Yeah.
He literally could have just done Rebellion 2 times and then a Trinity Smash.
Yeah, that's the thing I did in my video. I was like, okay, I need to show this off. So I showed multiple times of me doing it that way that the person could see it. Even Sphere Hunter did this in her video. Like,
Yeah.
whatever.
God, this makes all the other reviews look like masterpieces.
Yeah.
I mean, Sehan, like say Hell in Hell Virgil is easy. If we're talking DmC Devil May Cry Virgil, I will be the guy with the hot take and say, I do think Virgil is really easy in DmC Devil May Cry in any difficulty. But that's because I exploit the shit out of Virgil. You see, if you're like me and you master parrying, you just parry his hollow blade so it hits him, and when he gets staggered, you just angel uppercut, and the game will immediately cut to the next cutscene. It's actually hilarious that not a single DmC player who hates DmC Devil May Cry shows this. I would show this as a man who loves this game.
If you don't ever spawn the blades, he doesn't use them apparently. It's only when you use them.
All right. Let's continue.
controls. The control scheme for this game is fucked. You have a whatever reasons that doesn't add anything at all. No, really, why did you make it a dedicated button? You're not using back to forward, you're not using different pause timings. Why did you make this? And the dodge roll is on a
You're not using different pauses. Aren't there like three weapons in DmC Devil May Cry where you actually have to pause to do a combo? Like, does he not know that Osiris, Rebellion, and Aquila have pause combos in the air? Did he forget that part? I guess he kind of forgot. because it's not the greatest masterpiece of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
See?
Splinter, I have the exact same cup you do. I feel like you stole it from me.
What, this cup? The blue one?
The blue one with the black cap. Yeah, I literally have that exact same one. Simple. Oh yeah, I have a shorter one. I have the shorter one. Yeah.
Oh, it's
I have the 16 ounces one.
Nice.
I just didn't see the whole thing, but yeah, I have that exact same one.
Yeah. I'm getting fueled by that water and that Monster Energy. I need that energy to get into this, and a burger.
Gamer
You
fuel.
need that energy to continue this master.
Gotta get that gamer fuel.
Yeah, that gamer. You gotta get that gamer fart 6,000. Gotta get that. All right. Anyway.
Two of them in fact, and that also does pretty much nothing. At least at
That also, when I was a kid, I never understood why in DmC Devil May Cry there were two bumpers for one function for dodging.
Yeah, I didn't
And
get that.
it wasn't until after playing Definitive Edition that I realized the benefit of the two bumpers having the same function. It's so that it's more comfortable for the player if they want to dodge with an Angel Evade or a Demon Evade. Because to me, personally, it's more comfortable to dodge with to do a Demon Evade by holding the right trigger but pressing the left bumper, and vice versa for Angel Dodge. In Definitive Edition, I don't like to use Angel Dodge at all because it's just kind of uncomfortable for me to hold the trigger and the bumper at the same time. But that is the purpose for why there's two bumpers that do the same thing. But, also, it helps if you're like the kind of, you kind of can't do it in the vanilla version because vanilla version has this thing where like certain inputs are locked and you can't change them at all. But
You can only change
can
them
if you want to. Yeah. In the Definitive Edition, you can change literally every input. Like the gun special, which is to do like something like Rainstorm.
First rainstorm. Yeah.
You can only the input is tied to jumping and shooting. So it's not like in Definitive Edition. Well, what I do to make it easier for me, I just have the gun special attack be tied to the directional button down. That way, it's easier for me to like make Kablooey explode shit, make fireworks and Rainstorm. It's just easier that way.
Right.
But in the original version, I have to. It's tied only to jumping and shooting. So let's say I'm a psychopath and I have the left bumper for jumping and I have the right bumper for shooting. I'd have to press those two at the same time to do an inverted Rainstorm. I'm not saying I do that because that's crazy.
That's literally.
You're a psychopath.
Yeah, we're judging you hardcore. We think you do it, okay?
Actually, I want to try that. I want to see how it feels to jump with the left bumper. We're going to try that someday.
I mean,
jump with the left bumper, or are you saying
dude,
dodge?
there's tons of there's tons of bumper jumpers in DmC community.
Oh my god!
And I call them bumper jumpers because a lot of, in fact, like one of the earliest ways to jump cancel was by switching your button to a bumper, and that was very popular. It still is popular. Keo, Redgrave Keo, if you know who that is, he's a DMC4 guy. He plays bumper jumper on Dante.
No way,
He's a bumper
really?
jumper with Dante. Yep.
Damn.
He's a bumper jumper with Dante, and I want to say Nero too, but I could be wrong. Virgil, he's not though. He used to be, and then he switched back. So people do use bumper.
Devil May Cry, like classic Devil May Cry, I'm a more intelligent player where I just use the bumper, the left bumper, but I use it for shooting. And
that's for DmC Devil May Cry. I mean, I use right trigger for shoot, L1 gun special, and that's.
I use a right bumper for shooting, and then just Y for gun special. But hey, yeah.
Wait, guys, we're proving ourselves right now. See, we all have like different control schemes and buttons that we lay out, but he's going on this whole tangent saying that there's no way to change it when there easily is. So.
Well, in fairness, you have to change. You have to go to the consoles.
The reason he's complaining about it this way is because he doesn't want to change the inputs to other buttons. He wants to be able to lock to an enemy, and to launch, he has to pull back and attack. He wants a classic map layout.
Right.
He doesn't want to fix one problem by changing it a little bit. He I remember this footage in particular because I was actually thinking about making a video once. But thank God I didn't do it, because that would be 6 months of having to hear this man speak, and I really, really hate his accent.
Yeah.
So I just go with like saying that this part in particular, he says, at least give us players a classic gameplay map and a gamepad map. To which I go, but you don't like the game at all, so what the fuck would that improve for you?
Exactly.
A legacy controller setup for people like me, come the fuck on! Guns in the game are also awful. Just look at whatever.
So he's saying legacy map for him, but I want you guys to know. You want to know what his first Devil May Cry game was?
Probably 5. Let me guess.
Yeah, no, he definitely says it in this video. It was 5, and then he retroactively played the rest of the game.
Hot take. Maybe this isn't a hot take. Maybe I'm speaking facts, but the worst casuals and the worst communities have spawned because of Devil May Cry 5.
Yep.
I agree.
I agree
too. Just gonna drop my mic and leave that. I gotta go eat dinner. So
Preach!
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go with the even hotter take and say that I know why it created the worst fan. You can go perk and you can like see it on YouTube. Listen why. My personal theory is because as a guy who has seen Devil May Cry forums from like 7-10 years ago, I can confirm to you that Devil May Cry fans don't exist, other than like probably me or someone who reads the lore. What exists are Devil May Cry 3 fans who hijacked the franchise, and that's why when you see people talking about how much they love the franchise, they always say the same thing. Dante was funny and cocky in 1, he was too serious in 2, he went back to normal in 3. Even though, if you're like me, who played Devil May Cry in order as a kid, you would go, Dante was a cool guy with one-liners. In 2, he was very serious because something was fucked up. And in 3, he decided to become the Joker baby. And like, when you see those forums talking about how people personally hate how Dante's character was in 3, at the time that 3 came out, you can see that there were other people saying, oh, but he's funny, I like him, he's cool. And then those people are the ones that stayed. The ones who love this new Dante are the ones that stayed, while the ones who, if you go to the profiles of the people who said they hate DMC3 Dante, you go to their profiles and it says last update on the account 7 years ago, and it's because they grew out of the franchise. And that's why, when it comes to Devil May Cry, people love 3, 4, and when they talk shit about the reboot, they only talk about 3, 4. They don't, in terms of character writing. When it comes to gameplay, they like to bring 1 to say, hey, this game's still better, and they bring up 2 to say, hey, this game's still better than the reboot, haha. But they don't talk about the lore, because that includes that requires you to actually play the fucking games. And I personally have played all of them except 2, because I can only play 2 levels of 2 before putting a bullet to my mouth. And so those fans that grew up just liking 3 and 4, and they only want 3 and 4 over and over and over again, to the point that they're even willing to look you dead in the eye and say Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition is better than DMC Devil May Cry Definitive Edition. Even though one game has objectively more content than the other, one game is more improved in terms of like fixing issues than the other, and the other one just adds a bunch of characters that just play the same levels over and over again. Like, those people are the ones who, after people play DMC 5, which is their first time with Devil May Cry, they go and say, hey, I know a game you can try. They just look like they look like they have a van that says free candy, but instead it's just like when you open the van, you just hear Taste the Blood, like bass boosted forever, because the only song you get to hear in DMC 3 for the rest of your life when playing it. Like, there's a game I want you to try, and then they try DMC 3, and then like you either say you love it, or they're gonna like harass you
or flip out,
you,
yeah.
you. So and then you just become another one of the flock.
That's how it do be.
I love Devil May Cry fan. I always love like the idea that DMC fans like because I've seen them all my life, like how they act on Twitter, how they act on forums, and it's so funny the idea that DMC fans are butthurt about this game because the franchise about a character with a devil-may-care attitude has a fan base that cares so much about the character that they will literally riot on the internet if you don't give them what they want. It's so funny and ironic. It's kind of like being a Sonic fan, but you love industrialization, or you love Star Wars, but you also love an authoritarianism. Like all that kind of contradiction. I just love it with Devil May Cry fans. That's why the best solution to anyone here who sees a tweet of a person saying, like, for example, you're racist if you like DmC Devil May Cry, just laugh it off, show it to your friends, saying, look at this dumbass, and then just walk, because that's exactly what Dante would do. If Dante was ever called racist or anything, or being insulted or anything, he would just go, loser, and then walk off. All Dantes would do this. Even two would say something. The guy who's always quiet would say something. So we just laugh it off and walk.
Oh my god. We're 1/4 into this video. We gotta keep on going. We gotta power through.
Look at whatever this is. What is this move? Why is it so slow? The only gun that does anything at all is the sticky bomb gun, which works on like 2 enemies in the game and is pretty good for cheesing them, but against the majority of your enemies, you're better off jumping off a cliff. Devil Trigger, but is pretty much useless. All enemies start floating and thus making your combos harder to do, and also can bind.
Whose background is that? What the hell?
Sorry, it's just my girlfriend's on Discord calling. She just popped in. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Out and start whooping your ass. The only thing the Devil Trigger is good for is blinding you if you're playing in the night. Increase damage, but that's boring. Whew, that was a lot. Where were we? Ah, yes.
Hey, I want to point out something. I was saying that, like, oh yeah, the Devil Trigger is so blinding. It's so ironic because, again, the inner editor in me is laughing at this because he's saying, like,
making your combos harder to do, and also.
But he's saying that, oh yeah, after, like, you look at this black background with the Devil Trigger, and then he's cutting to saying that it is blinding when you activate it. I just find that contradiction funny in the editing. Like, you could have just shown footage of a white background to make your point clear, but you show this, that it's like, oh yeah, the Devil Trigger is so blinding, because it doesn't. You're clearly showing Dante in a black background with a DT.
In your ass. The only thing the devil hitting you if you're playing in the night. Also some increased damage, but that's boring. Whew, that was a lot. Where were we?
That's all he said about the DT, when one thing that's very important for people who hate color-coded enemies, it allows you to hit color-coded enemies with any weapon you want. So it immediately gets, it's immediately, like, for people who hate color-coded enemies, it's immediately better for you. Like, you win. You got the thing you hated. The thing you hated is no longer a problem. But let's not talk about
that. That was a lot. Where were we? Ah, yes, the platforming. It's alright. If you like pressing square a lot, this is perfect for you. It is Cry 3 platforming, but you don't have to try at all to beat that. But again, the game limits you hard with it.
Just Devil May Cry 3? You want to look me dead in the eye and tell me that Devil May Cry 4 has good platforming?
Yep.
You want to look me dead in the eye and tell me that?
Dude, that section where you have to, like, get by the spikes or whatever, where they, like, pop, oh, it's like, oh, it's there, but it's not, and it's like, I found that section to be so annoying. Yeah. And then when you screwed up, you had to do it all over again.
It's like, oh, you have to fall down, now you have less health, and now you have to deal with enemies that spawn infinitely. Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's so much fun, man. It's the greatest game of all time.
But it's so much better than this. Like, a fixed camera, good design of your weapons to be used over and over, because it's not just like using your it's not just using the angel pull, the angel lift, but you also have to use the demon pull for certain platforms. There are areas where you have to do the angel boost glide to pass through, like you do with this level alone. But you know.
Yeah, what do we know?
While standing at a very specific place. If you're not, you will fall and die. Some of the times your QTE jumps will not happen at all, no matter how hard you spam the button, which is...
So hold the button.
No, I mean, I will say there are some times where I've had this experience with the PC version where sometimes the frame rate being so high because I for some reason it doesn't just stay locked at 60. Maybe it's because I'm an idiot and I have it at 144 hertz. When you have the frame rate high, sometimes it messes the inputting where you have to do the input frame perfect or it will not work. It doesn't do this constantly, but sometimes I have an issue where I literally can't do rainstorm because Dante just jumps and shoots. And I'm talking like I press both of them at the same time. I literally let go of the controller and just use both my index finger and my middle finger to press the buttons individually at the same time. It's still one of them either jumps first or shoots first and then jumps. Like this happens where he's right on that. However, the footage he is using does not show this at all. This footage is him literally like jumping into the pit when he's not supposed to because that thing is on a timer. He jumps into the pit, gets damaged, and he doesn't do the Angel Blues glide to escape when he's supposed to. Like that's an issue on his part. But he is kind of right on that. But this is only for the PC version. If you play on the console, you're fine. You are fine. You are always fine. And on the Definitive Edition, this doesn't happen at all.
Right.
Now for the secrets and collectibles. They're bad. There are three types of collectibles in the game. Lost Souls, keys, and doors. Lost Souls are the worst of them all. They grant you pretty much nothing except for the very smart and quirky reference to the first game. Good job, guys. Really funny. You found it? Cool. Now you get slightly more points and a slightly better rank at the end of the mission. Did not found? I don't know how they managed to.
Yeah, that sounds like that's not really a negative. You're trying to make it sound as bad as possible, but it really isn't that big of a deal. Like, oh, this game penalizes you for not collecting everything, and it also tells you where you have to collect the thing. That's good game design, unlike in DmC 4 where you have to collect every orb, and if you don't know where they are, go fuck yourself. You're not getting that S rank.
And then you have to do it all over again every time versus in the reboot, if you do it once, it's there forever. But, you know, what am I...
Yeah, like the reboot highlights you on where you need to go, which already makes it a million times better than anything else. Can you believe that I haven't been able to unlock the achievement at DmC 5 of find all, max out your health? Because I can't find the stupid orb fragments because they're splattered around in the levels and the game doesn't tell you where they are. This is a game from 2019. Checkmarks should be a thing. Checklists exist. They should be a thing. But it's not. You know, the greatest masterpiece of all time doesn't have something that this apparent piece of shit had. Jesus.
How they managed to fuck up this many mechanics at once, but the keys are also done horribly.
Also, for anyone here, in case there is one person that may see this in the future who has never played DmC Devil May Cry and wants to know about it, like, when he's saying that it doesn't reward you at all, it does reward you. It gives you concept art of the game, which is funny to show up because there is concept art of Dante that originally had it with white hair and a red coat. But, you know, I'm just telling you that for whoever random person ever shows up here and just wants to see Magic School Base get shit on.
In normal games, there is pretty much always a key that opens some door during the same mission. Well, in this game it is rarely the case. You will have 2 bronze keys and 1 silver door that you cannot open because fuck you! Keys are stored to use later for whatever.
Doom Eternal, funnily enough, he shows Doom Eternal because, like I said, he criticizes Doom Eternal. He doesn't criticize Doom Eternal, but he criticizes the reboot. Because Doom Eternal has a game mode where you have to unlock everything, and you can unlock everything in one run for Ultra Nightmare mode. While DmC Devil May Cry is a game that's about playing it in multiple difficulties over and over again. So you can clearly see they have different design philosophies. So why the fuck are you comparing the two, buddy? Hello? Am I gonna have to pull you out and sit you on the bench and then explain to you how game design works, buddy? What are we even talking about here?
man.
Keys are stored to use later for whatever reason. If you're not using a guide, you may go out of your way to find a hidden door to only realize you don't have a key for it. Who thought that it was a good idea to do that? And the secret missions themselves are okay, except maybe a little bit too easy. Now let's
Again, he had almost no health here. Look at that health bar.
talk a bit about everyone's favorite thing, the bosses. If you have watched my last video, please watch it. It's really good. I worked really hard on it. Please. You already know how.
I have not seen this video. I will say I have not seen the video of this Souls-like. But I will say that if you say that Neo drains the soul out of the Souls-like, your opinion is irrelevant to me because I love Neo 2. I even come with the hot take of saying it's better than Dark Souls. Don't at me. I may be wrong, but I don't care. So shut up. Your video might be wrong. I refuse to believe it. So no, I will not watch the video.
Worked really hard on it, please! You already know how important boss fights are in pretty much any video game. Some of you people talk a lot of shit about the Urizen fights, and I hands down would rather fight 10 Urizens at once than fight one boss in Devil May Cry Reboot. Bosses are pretty much QTE fights. You dodge one attack, hit the guy a couple of times, and then press your grappling hook button to win. I'm not kidding. There are no attack patterns to learn, no parrying necessary, no strategy.
Bro.
I'm glad you said necessary instead of like available because they're like the game encourages you to parry. Like you can parry Bob Barvis's lasers. You can parry like if you parry Succubus here, which is pretty hard to do. I have not been able to replicate it, but if you do, you can actually use the Demon Claw to pull her. I don't know what it does. It may do a specific animation, but I haven't been able to replicate it. So, like, if anyone knows about that, please somebody show me, because there's no such thing as a Devil May Cry fan who does the fucking.
Dude,
we have DmC fans who go into detail as much as DmC 5.
Bro, I just can't believe the fact that he says that all the bosses are QTEs, even though the QTEs are only there for, like, transitional parts of the boss fight. Like, you use the QTE, and then you start with a health bar. You use the QTE, and then you gotta defeat it on your own. It's not like... The whole boss isn't QTEs. That's just not how it works.
There's only, like, one boss in the whole game that is a quick time event. That it has a quick time event, and it's Mundus. But all you have to do is just... You use Angel Pull, Demon Pull, and that's it. That's all you do. The rest of the game is just you fighting normal, fighting the boss monster. That's the only quick time event, quote unquote, that the game has with the bosses. If the game is having Dante do certain things with your weapons, which, you know, I actually think that's good game design. I'd like for my weapons to be relevant to the story. Like, I don't know. I guess this guy would make a better game than I do. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, clearly.
She needed.
Masterpiece.
An example of this, because I'm bringing up my favorite game of all time, and yeah, I am going to simp about it more than Devil May Cry, sorry. It's Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush keeps bringing up the fact that Chai has a magnetic arm. So how do they bring it up? They bring it up with the fact that he uses hook. He uses a hook to, like, platform certain areas. It's also used in cutscenes for him to platform certain areas. He uses the thing that powers up his arm. It helps him control the beat and music. That's how he's able to break a harmonic frequency. Like, I like for my game to make my weapons relevant. From my control.
Hi-Fi Rush is a good game.
Yeah, it's my favorite game ever. Sorry, DmC, you lost it.
That's okay. It's not its fault.
One dodge is more than enough. The only two bosses that are okay are the first and the last bosses of the game. Virgil at least tries to fight back, and the first boss is only cool because it's an actual fight that doesn't involve pressing your grappling hook button to win. Seriously, I don't know why are they obsessed with this thing so much that every single boss in the game forces you to use it to win. Why? What's the point of this?
Ever hear about this boss fight when Dante does a demon pull to Mundus for know why this glitch happens, but I think it still happens even in definitive edition. But it's a neat little gag there, little mistake here, little blooper.
A little teaser, yeah, little thing, little there.
I also don't understand why it's a problem that they want to keep using the weapons over and over again, the claws. Like, why is that a problem? And him saying that, the bosses don't actually need you don't actually need to parry. You don't have to do anything else. You can just dodge and you're fine. That's true of every boss ever made in Devil May Cry. You don't have to explore the enemy. You can, and it'll become an easier time. But if you're willing to say that to Devil May Cry, not to the reboot, I want you to shut up.
Sure.
This. Not to mention, all of the bosses are invincible until you do something to it.
Wait, he just said that the bosses are ridiculously easy. Why is he saying they're invincible?
He's trying to talk about QuickTime events and not doing a very good job.
Also,
oh my god.
Derriere Studios, is this going to be the only video you responded to? No. Well, for this stream, yes, we already saw one 5-minute appetizer of shit about DmC Devil May Cry, but this is the big stinker. This is the big stinker we're watching. And if you're referring to the video that Splinter's gonna publish on January, that's gonna be a bunch of other videos that are gonna be worse.
Yeah, videos, extra sections, extra stuff. And it'll have a combo mad too. With Sean, he's in the chat, and Blue Rose actually, as well as me and Blue. And I just texted Blue Rose, and he was like, he can submit one freestyle, so that'll be cool. So yeah.
Kind of familiar, don't you think? They don't involve any skill, they don't involve any patience. A toddler can pick up a controller and beat each and every one of those bosses on hell and hell with ease, and probably with eyes closed as well. They even fucked up the Virgil fight to create these stupid standoffs, where he just stands still and you need to shoot off his white dildos that keep appearing. You could have just copy-pasted him from Devil May Cry 3. Why is all this so
Yeah, fun fact, guys, they actually did copy him from Devil May Cry 3. Devil May Cry 3 Virgil in the final boss fight, he likes to stand still. He constantly abuses his parry ability. And if sometimes stands still, then starts walking towards you, shooting you hollow blades. That's why in DmC 5 he has an almost identical behavior, even though he's better designed there than in DmC 3. So, if you want Virgil from DmC 3 and DmC Devil May Cry, congratulations, they already have it, and people hated it because they were like, oh, but Virgil parries too much. Virgil parries too much. Like, bro, have you never played DmC 3? That's all he does in the final boss battle.
Exactly.
fucking awful!
It's all fucking awful! It's all of it, and every single one of them sucks!
Okay, now let's talk about the story, and for your sake, I hope your cringe inhibitors are on, because it is about to get really...
Bro, my cringe inhibitors have been on since the beginning, and they've already been charged. The software is damaged.
I can't take it anymore. Sorry.
That face is what I'm feeling right now. That face of Dante staring there is what I'm feeling right now.
Really stinky in here.
You're an asshole!
Real Rock FM, where we play nothing but rock, rock, and more rock. This ain't your granny's station.
When I'm thinking Devil May Cry, I'm always thinking about the characters. Capcom has succeeded in creating some of the most charismatic, likable, and most importantly, cool characters. Dante with his carefree attitude, with pretty much no value for his life, that always stays on top no matter what. Virgil being literally the definition of cool, Nero being the most badass character ever written, and Lady...
Ever written. Ever written, guys. Ever written. Oh.
No. And he put DMC4 Nero. He didn't put DMC5 Nero.
No, exactly.
I could be wrong. Maybe in a second he'll put DMC5 Nero, but he didn't seem to put DMC5 Nero at all. He put DMC4 Nero.
Yeah. I also like that he calls Dante cool. but then also says Virgil is the literal definition of cool. And I'm like, so which one is it? Which one is the cool one?
Oh,
yeah, and I just like, one of my favorite things about this part is a part that a friend of mine is gonna hear, and he's listening to the video right now at work, and he's gonna hear something that's gonna give him a connection, and I can just and I'm going to point out what it is after like just a couple more seconds.
Okay.
Well, there too, I guess, I don't know. When I play Devil May Cry, no, not you, go away. I always appreciate and adore all over-the-top cool stuff these characters perform and their goofy dialogue.
Whoa, slow down, babe.
The game knows not to take itself seriously, and that's what makes it, and Resident Evil for that matter, awesome, and one of my favorite game franchises of all time.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Resident Evil takes itself very seriously.
I am glad that all of you caught on to the part that gave him a connection, because...
Has he not played RE7? Has he not played literally any of the games that that were about Raccoon City?
Bro, my theory is he only played Resident Evil 4 because that's the only time where a character constantly does one-liners, and that's Leon and 4. But Chris Redfield is very serious, Joe Valentine is very serious, all the characters, even Ethan is serious, even though he's a little bitch funny in 8. Like, that's how bad that statement. On top of that, doesn't know, like, I like how he's talking about DmC 1, you know, like, slow down, babe. But, like, in that same cutscene, it goes like, one of the greatest lines that he goes, time to go to work, guys. And then immediately after he blows up his own motorcycle, he starts mouthing off about how he's always knew he was a freak since birth, and he's dedicated his entire life to killing demons. Like, it goes serious way too hard in DmC 1, but clearly this man has not played it, because I refuse to believe he has, and he's to say that DmC 1 doesn't take itself seriously.
One of my favorite game franchises of all time. The game can be serious at times, but it never overdoes it, because you know what happened the last time they took themselves seriously.
It was bad.
Exactly.
That's not why. It's bad because it was poorly executed.
Yeah,
it was like literally made in a year.
Yeah, it was literally made in a year. The director of the game left halfway through the development, and Itsuno picked up the pieces to do what he could. Like, it's not the same. And also, DMC3 doesn't stay overtly serious. Have you seen every cutscene Virgil and Arkham are in? They are extremely serious. Every single one. The only one that doesn't take his shit seriously is Dante and some scenes of Lady where she's just killing random demons to look cool. But other than that, like, the game takes itself extremely seriously. Like, what the... This is a fake fan. I'm saying it's a fake fan. I hate these fans.
And this game takes itself really seriously. The game always stops you to tell you the most uninteresting story known to mankind, featuring the most unlikable characters ever written. At least the cutscenes are skippable. You did fucking not. The last thing this game needed is a fucking trailing mission. Fuck you. It's so long too. God, why can't you just skip it? The story.
I love how it's a trailing mission, because we get to see the target that he's trailing. Oh wait, there is no target that he's trailing, because it's not a trailing mission, because that's only a part of the mission. And in that part of the mission, they're just following Cat. And if you're like me, you are racing Cat to see if you can get to the cutscene before she.
Yeah, that's what I do all the time, man. Oh, I love racing Cat.
Like a movie instead of like a game. Like, what is he? I'm confused. I bet you if they were all cutscenes, he would still complain about it.
Oh, also, I love how he's saying that, like, oh yeah, it's like a game takes itself way too seriously. Remember how at the beginning of the game, the the main character just got out of a hangover, and he's putting his clothes on while a trailer's being thrown at him, and his dick is covered by a pizza slice?
Yeah, very
That's a game that takes itself way too seriously. I swear to God, it's...
Yeah, sex every 3 seconds.
It
Okay.
take itself seriously. Not that bad. Right? He's not complaining about how certain games don't take themselves not seriously. Yeah, he's not complaining about that.
Hey, but if he's willing to say that Resident Evil knows when to not take itself seriously, a game that takes itself overtly seriously, and then he looks at this one that doesn't take itself as seriously as he's making it out to be, and says it's super serious, I'm going to point it out.
I'm going to have to question his observation skills.
Hey,
I question a lot of things.
Context clues are difficult to collect for him, okay?
Pretty much like this. Hey, it's me, Dante. I don't give a shit and I fuck chicks. And also I drink. But you're my brother. Oh, cool. Hey, what's your name? Oh, it's a generic woman needed for a forced love interest of the main character. Cool, we're in love now. Hey, let's kill Big Bad Demon. Okay, we killed Big Bad Demon. What's now? Oh, foolishness, Dante. I was evil all along. No, I did not see that coming. Let's fight. Oh, you're too powerful. I leave. I am sad. But tomorrow will be a new day. And this bullshit story is accompanied by some of the worst dialogue.
You missed. My name, by the way, is Dante.
Dante, son of father, and Eva, the more.
Yeah. You can call me Dante the Demon Killer. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
You can't kill me. I'm 1,200 years old.
You don't look a day over 12,000.
Again, I just want to remind everybody that there out of that whole section, there was nothing of substance ever said. Like, he just goes to the summary and he's like, oh, he summarized it very poorly and said it was bad and then showed a cutscene and then put some wacky sounds over it. That's not a story analysis, like, at all.
Actually, I can point out why he showed the scene. You see, he has a check mark of things he has to talk about the reboot, and one of those is to show the scene without any context of the succubus boss fight where he says fuck you 3 times. You know, he had to show that, and he wanted to do a little spin on it by not showing the fuck you but still taking the scene out of context. You see, that's what he's doing. He's innovating.
He's innovation. Yes, I see.
The standard of bad Devil May Cry takes.
The innovation is unparalleled.
Yeah, he's just like reference the succubus, check.
The game doesn't understand what Devil May Cry is, or what the definition of the word cool is for that matter. This game feels like a Netflix show about Devil May Cry with...
This is like Urban Dictionary to like define what cool is. Let me just go back a little bit to see what cool is.
Can't kill me. I'm 1,200 years old.
You don't look a day over 12,000.
The game doesn't understand what Devil May Cry is, or what...
Being real?
To me, is being real. Being themselves and not caring how other people view what they say or do. When I say you're cool, that's what I mean. Today, too many people are concerned how others view them. Posting pictures on social media sites or of themselves on vacation or where they're eating dinner that particular evening. Fuck that. Do things for yourself and for you to enjoy it, not to show everyone else what you're doing. Doesn't this apply to Reboot, Dante?
It does.
Yeah, I don't think Dante cares about what people think about him.
Literally, it's like a part of his arc.
For himself. He is who he is.
This contradicts his argument. This is a contradiction.
Yeah, and also, I want to tell you people, does this sound like Virgil? Because that doesn't sound like Virgil at all. The literal definition of cool. You know, the character from the greatest masterpiece of all time.
Great.
He literally acts from trauma. Like, that's his whole character. Is that he was tortured and stuff like that.
Hey, funnily enough, this definition was posted on December 9, 2013, the same year DmC Devil May Cry came out. So, yeah, it's funny. I just want to point that out.
I'm going to go check out what the actual definition is on Urban Dictionary.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's probably going to say something about low temperature or something about, like, social, like, and then the other definition is something about social. Let me know.
Oh, wow, it's still the same thing there. More modern version.
Merriam-Webster. Cool. Neither warm nor very cold, moderately cold, giving or suggesting relief from heat, marked by calm self-control. Marked by indifference, disdain, or dislike, unfriendly or unresponsive, of, relating to, or characteristic of colors such as blue and green that produce the impression of coolness. Knowledgeable or aware of the latest trends or developments. Excellent, first rate, acceptable, satisfactory, entire, full. Like, yeah.
Well. We just don't understand it because he has 30 hours in the game and we don't, so.
Yeah, they don't understand, like, Ninja Fury clearly doesn't understand what cool means. Let me pull up a definition that describes DmC Dante to a T.
The word cool ways for that matter. This game feels like a Netflix show about Devil May Cry, with the same level of respect for the source material and the same dialogues that make you want to die of cringe.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors!
Besides, the amount of cringe you're facing is reaching Atlantic level.
I like that he thought the cringe inhibitor joke was so great that he has to use it again.
Yeah.
At first he said, I hope you have your cringe inhibitors on because the story's really bad, and now he's showing us where he got that meme from by Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
It's from Andy Must Die, so therefore it must be helpful to his video.
But you know what? I got an even better meme. I'm gonna make it right now. Doctor, inject Magic School Base's video directly into my cock.
I don't care, do it now! Who the fuck are you?
The game feels like one of those dystopian Hollywood movies where teens would rebel because they're rebels and not like the stupid adults.
Hey. The important part about this scene in particular is that somewhere around here we can find
Moist Critical.
Because he did admit he was in this scene in particular, and he did do the salute, even though he wasn't asked to, so he can show his performance. I don't remember where he was. I think he was like in the bottom, in the background. He was very skinny at the time, so he's probably that stick figure in the end in the back. But yeah, that's the only important thing about this. Also, how does it feel dystopian when the story isn't the story during the time that the plot takes place? There's not a dystopia. It's only in the end where the main characters cause a dystopia by destroying the system.
Dystopian, clearly.
Adults bringing down the stupid dystopian regime. They even got the two hot dudes and one boring girl stable correctly. Wow, this game feels like Harry Potter.
I like how he wants to say that Kat is clearly a love interest to Dante, but that just goes to show once again. Ever since I was a kid, I always said that people don't understand Devil May Cry because people want to put characters in the Devil May Cry franchise together. Some people think, isn't it weird that Dante and Trish are close? And I'm like, yeah, that's because Hideki Kamiya is a really close relationship with his mother, so of course he wanted to make a mother figure look cool. The only time that Dante has ever had any romantic interest to a woman was Lady in DmC 3, and it was barely ever reciprocated.
Right.
But in this game, Dante is not attracted to Kat at all in that way. He sees Kat as a friend. I'm sorry, but Devil May Cry fans don't know how a friendship exists. Friendships can exist, guys. You don't have to have the two characters want to fuck. You can have them have a good relationship with each other. Watch Captain America: The Winter Soldier. You don't see Captain America and Natasha smash. You see them become good friends. That's what this game is.
I remember from Sphere Hunter's video that she criticized the fact we don't even get to see them kiss. I can't believe that. Oh my god.
Yeah, because
every man-woman couple has to fucking have a relationship.
Exactly.
Yeah, because to them it's this is a love relationship. This is a love story, but there is no love story elements in it. Therefore, it is a weak love story. I'm yeah, because it's not a love story at all. The only implication that there is a love story is that in the definitive edition, in the end, Dante grabs Kat's ass, and that's clearly made as a joke because it's so jarring to go from this woman just had her world changed and just had like Dante and like Dante just almost killed the person that she idolized for all her life who betrayed her, and she's laughing at the fact that Dante grabbed her ass. Like, that's clearly meant to be placed as a joke because Ninja Theory knew from the get-go they're not going to make a sequel. They're just going to make a little joke here at the end. So Dante and Kat are originally meant to just be friends. Like, they're clearly just friends, and when you look at it, it's a very good friendship story. It's like, hey, I trust you. You can trust me too. And then she's like, can I count on you? He says, yeah. And then when she needs help, he's like, I promise I'm going to rescue you. And he does. And when he does, he saves her. And then, like, he stays until the end because she asked him if we can count on you until the end. Because Dante is a man of his word. They're friends. Wow.
Game feels like Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, where they try too hard to tell you that this is a dark story now, for adults and adults only. This is not for kids. Look, we have sex in this game, and Dante literally drinks and fucks, and the main villain fucks, and she also does, and then he likes it. Who wrote this? Instead of being badass and over the top cool, the game thinks that to make a character look badass, you have to make him swear at literally everything.
And the Oscar goes to...
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
He's done it 3 times, man. This is what I noticed in my video. He doesn't say anything of substance, and then he just copy-pastes the same scene with no context. It's so annoying.
I've seen like every single reviewer you reviewed do that.
Yeah, like, this man is so desperate to look like all the other DmC Devil May Cry haters that he just needs to use the same fucking cut scene 3 times in different contexts, all with the same punchline. Dialogue bad.
But dialogue back. Ooh.
The fact that Dante's voice actor literally puts 0 effort into his performance also doesn't help. Just listen.
No, I disagree.
This is the part that I hate the most because, like, in here he is clearly being maliciously, like, tricking the audience because, like, I'm gonna talk about the examples and I'm gonna say like how I believe that you should criticize acting in a video.
Not good. Yeah, whatever.
Or this.
Okay, so the first scene, he's saying that Dante sounds like he's not, like, the actor isn't putting in any effort. So the first scene he shows is a scene where, in context, Dante is bored and not scared of the horror attractions in Limbo. So when he's leaving, he's like, exit, good, not good. Then he gets jump scared by something and he goes, yeah, whatever. Like, the context of that scene is he's supposed to sound bored. So how did Tim Phillips deliver that? Really
bored.
Well. Dante sounds like he's disinterested in the horror attraction. So that means it's a good line delivery. This scene, Dante is supposed to scream his lungs out, but Tim Phillips doesn't have the range for it, which I don't fault him for. So his scream is kind of weak, but that's fine because for the rest of the game, he does a good performance. I don't, like, I constantly shit on Ruben Langdon's performance in DmC 3, but in DmC 4 and 5, I constantly praise it because he really delivers his chops there. DmC 3, he's supposed to sound like he doesn't care, but he sounds like he cares too much. Like, I think you're trying too hard when you're going, I've never seen a talking mutt before. You know, in a dog show, you definitely win first prize. That sounds like he's trying too hard. Oh, it's not because it's cheesy. Like, there's a bit, like, you know, when the line delivery is bad, but you like it, it's cheesy. When the line delivery is bad, but you like it, it's cringe.
I forgot that line he did at the end of, what was it, Son of Sparta? I can't remember. Oh.
In which game?
DmC 3, he's fighting Virgil, and it's at the end of the game, and he says something really, really cringy.
Oh yeah, I know the one you're talking about. We are the sons of Sparta.
Oh my god.
Blows his blood, and more importantly,
his soul!
Oh,
and now, my soul is telling me to stop you!
Bro, that line, I can never get over it. Oh.
I wish he just said fuck you.
Like, you can clearly tell Ruben Langdon's performance was, he belonged in Power Rangers. He has the chops for that, but when you try to tell me that that's supposed to be an emotional scene, I can't. it seriously.
He could have just said "fuck you, Virgil."
Real.
Ugh, man.
He gets his slam attack. And this is such a shame too, because I think the guy who voices Mandas and Bob Barba's Lewis Hertham is doing a killer performance, and it is such a shame it is going to waste.
I brought prosperity.
Sorry to like drop out so suddenly, but I gotta go. So later, guys.
Well, that's good. You definitely made it into the video. I'll definitely use a lot of your clips and stuff. It'll be great, and we all enjoyed your entertainment here, so thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. Later.
See ya.
Take care.
All right. So what other victims are left for us to say?
Well, it's just me, and then well, he's muted.
Yeah, Percival's dead. He said he was talking to a friend that he hasn't talked to in a while. We can do this. You think you can do it?
Yeah. I can do it. That's all.
Excellent. All right. Very nice. Well, I'm glad that you're here, by the way. So.
Of course.
I brought structure. And what have you brought? Besides violence, war, death.
This fucking character tries so hard to be an outlaw punk, but just feels like a cringy teenager yelling slurs to look cool.
Suck on this.
Hey, Succubus, suck on this. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I need a moment.
Time to go to work, guys.
By the way, I'd like to say I defend that line. That's a good line. I don't care what people say.
Yep, I agree. What's a good line? And Emily's going to do an homage to all the previous reboots. Okay, let's do this.
Didn't your mother ever teach you how to use a door? You summon and kill. Summon and kill. I fail to see the logic here. It's like staring into a backed up toilet. Why do you always stick your nose in other family's business? You can hide that body, but that smell? Ooh, there's no covering up.
This is where you will die.
I'm not going anywhere. Besides, there's no place to go. Look around. This will be your burial ground as well.
Okay, I'm back. Let's get back to this fucking shit show. You have to realize even the infamous voice crack sounds 10 times better than 80% of the voice lines in this game. The game features...
Yeah.
It's not true.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not true.
It's not even close. How the fuck is like DmC1's voice acting somehow better? It's literally from 2001. Like, it was just barely a thing.
I don't hate it, but yeah, it's definitely not better than DmC.
Right, because they had like better voice direction just in general. Like, I feel like they captured the range more of Dante and Virgil and Kat and whatever than they did in DmC1. Versus DmC1's kind of focused around like a lot of quirky one-liners and certain like lore aspects. So anyway.
Just basically 4 characters, which are an angry teenager.
I'm Derek Darkblade, but people usually call me the Cursed, or His Darkness, or, more likely, that fucking demon. Surprised, I swear? Get used to it. After my parents were brutally stabbed 37 times and decapitated, I've become acquainted to the darker side of life. In my 19 and a half years on this shithole planet, I've also learned you can't trust anyone but yourself. Also, I have tattoos. Also, fuck you.
A crybaby, a woman rise?
Destroy. Burn it.
And Mandas. Yes, this is how they get Mandas, one of the most memorable and cool boss fights in the history of video games.
Cool boss fight, yeah, dude. I remember the part where we were on the shooting thing and we just had to stand still and just
controls.
Yeah, exactly. It was great, man.
God, it is a cool boss fight, but like, it's not a good boss fight.
No, it's very one note, honestly.
Yeah.
There's that, but I don't know, man. This video makes me want to fucking kill myself. Jesus. Let's look at chat for a second. I need a bit of a break from this nonsense. DmC1 peak voice actor. I should be the one to fill your dark soul with light. Yeah. The second phase is trashy, yeah. Exactly. Both the Mundus fights from different games were bad. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't like the Mundus fights in either of the games, honestly. DmC Devil May Cry, like I said, its weakest spot is the boss fights, but it's... I don't know, I don't find the first one any better either, so... Man. And just in general, Mundus is kind of like... He's a bit of a weak boss when it comes to like his presence. He's got a good presence, but he doesn't have a lot of motive. Versus in DmC Devil May Cry, you can like tell that they put more effort into like why he's doing what he's doing at the end cutscene. We understand that, you know. I like the chances. Okay, let's get back to it.
God, this sucks!
Is that... Mom?
What is this, Shenmue?
A blue rose.
A token with a moon design.
So not only the characters are hollow and cringy, the voice acting for the main character is awful, on top of that, the whole story is just so stupid. It's like they made a challenge to fuck up every aspect of this game possible, and oh boy did they succeed. For some reason, the game decided to add angels to the game, which also serves no purpose. They don't appear in the game even once, and do not have any influence on the story at all. Why? Now...
Yeah, it's not like you know, Dante's mother that shows up multiple times in the game is like a thing. It's not like there is like Nephilim, other Nephilim that we get to see. No. We never see the angels at all. We never. Bro, oh my god. Never, guys, never. By the way, if one of you guys wants to in chat and you feel like you feel like you can take on the challenge, this heavy burden that we carry, you're more than willing to join. I'm more than willing to give you guys the link, and we're just, as long as you guys got decent internet, doesn't matter. Unless you guys, here, I'll link it just in case. Hold on. Let me... Alright. I'm just doing this just in case. People... Alright. Alright, the link's right there. You guys, we're in the VC, so you guys can just join if you want to. So, anyway, just leaving the option open because I know some people may wanna stab at some of this. So, anyway, let's continue.
Now, there is the last character and aspect of the game I want to talk about before we end this. So let's just cut to the chase now.
Foolishness, Dante.
Virgil has always been my favorite character from the Devil May Cry series. He's an amazing rival-like villain with memorable voice lines and one-liners. So I was really curious on how they did him in this game.
And I got a bigger dick.
I was sad. Virgil is a sad loser that serves no purpose for the story. For some reason he's a hacker now who doesn't do anything besides giving you quests, saying I am in the hacker voice, and saying the meme line from the Invincible.
Dante.
There is not a single enemy this guy kills during this whole game. So Dante is like really powerful. What can Virgil do? Also, he's like Captain Price as a Devil May Cry.
Yeah, he takes Lilith's life out of his hands, and then, as we see, against Mundus, he still does a good job. Even though he got captured, he's still doing a good job. And what he's like throwing at Mundus, this is pointed out by Show, is that it literally staggers him. Like, he has a good amount of power. We just don't get to see it up front other than Lilith. We get to see this kind of calm kind of person.
Yeah, very manipulative as well.
Yep, he takes advantage of like this stuff around him, which is kind of like his main idea. So, anyway.
Reboots in
Oh shit.
Cinematic universe, interesting.
There we go. Wait.
Universe, interesting. At the end of the game, he obviously betrays you out of nowhere because he's evil.
This is not true.
Exactly, dude. This is what I've been saying for years now. It's not like he like shot a pregnant woman through the stomach and then shot her head. And multiple times.
You would know this if you actually listened to the story.
Exactly. Like, this is like, it's been predicted. It shows us, it even foreshadows this with Phineas, man. But the game, like, when it comes to this game, people just don't care, I guess. Ugh. Alright, Mom.
Wait, is he? This betrayal literally comes out of nowhere. For some reason, he immediately decides that he wants to rule the world. Yes, I'm not kidding. This is the plot of the game. Austin Powers had more depth than this. Besides...
Bro. I can't even.
Oh my god.
It's just like... It's very clearly set up. Like the whole shooting thing with Lilith, the stuff that he talks afterwards with Dante about Kat. Like, it's...
Yeah.
Like... Phineas even foreshadowing it, like I mentioned. This is clear build-up, showed up that Virgil is going to be the bad guy. I mean, and because of the fact that if you play DMC 3, you know that Virgil ends up being the antagonist, so it's not that much of a stretch to believe that. It's so weird that, like, some people are on two sides of the spectrum. They either think he's an absolute saint who's never done anything wrong, so this plot twist is out of nowhere, or that he's, like, the worst person ever, and that this twist was so obvious that everybody saw it coming. Like, it's the funny thing is that people have, like, talked about the twist, but they don't, like, agree exactly where it's wrong, you know? It's so weird. Ugh. Yeah. Agree, Ford Chaser. Two amazing guns, actually. True. Anyway, sorry. Well, let's continue.
Some very ominous foreshadowing by this guy.
And if you do kill Mundus, who would take his place?
Gee, I wonder who can it be? There are like 4 characters in this game and one of them is Mundus himself. Wait. No. Can it be? It's the fat guy from the cutscene! He was fueled by the anger of not finishing his diet coke, so now he will put this world instead of constant agony. And some weird eye movement here and there. Oh. He genuinely seems like a saint who carries his sword.
Saint, guys, saint. You see, when he shot that pregnant woman, he was a saint, guys. You guys don't get it. He was a saint.
Around as an example.
I don't know, man. I don't know where most of these arguments come from sometimes. I think this just adds to my ever building theory that DMC fans do not know what a story is. Like, they don't know how to write a story, as we saw earlier on stream. They don't know how to write a story. They don't know how to break down a story. I think they're just hopeless. They're homeless. Hopeless and homeless.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Accessory. It's Yamato, for fuck's sake, do something with it! So, funny story, this video was supposed to be I 100% a DMC reboot, so now you don't have to, but one thing has completely annihilated all my desire to even boot up the game, not to mention beating it a couple of extra times, and it is the Virgil DLC.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard.
This DLC just takes everything.
Let me just say real quick, I think that, like, over the years, the more, well, year in particular, when I first made that Ultimate Defense video, I didn't think quite highly of Virgil's downfall, but over time, after playing it more, I think I respect it way more. I do now, which is why I want to give it, like, a separate time of day when I get the chance. But some people just do not understand this DLC. They don't understand how he plays, as we'll see in a second here. I'll show you what I mean in a second, because when we get there, it's going to be oof.
Unfinished too.
Yeah, it's like 6 levels. That's more levels than we ever gotten for the past DMC games. They never add levels, they just add characters. And they don't add story either. They add like 2 cutscenes and call it a day. What?
You actually have a canon story. 3 didn't do it, 4 tried. 4 was like weird because it was like wasn't really a story. They just added a couple scenes of Virgil.
But it was very important to know that he fucked that woman. Okay, I'll have you know.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah, I don't know. They just said we need to bring back Virgil, so we'll just make him Nero's dad.
Yep. So.
Is wrong about the reboot and increases its problems tenfold. And that's some new ones, obviously. The cool visual design is gone, as all the locations look exactly the same. The absence of backtracking, which I found to be really refreshing in the DMC reboot, is gone as well, because out of 6 missions, 2 of them are the exact same.
By the way, okay, so let me make a quick defense of this. That's 2 levels out of the entire DLC, number 1. Number 2, there are different fights that you have in different areas, because in one area, in the first level, you go to this room where you fight the Wisp for the first time, or whatever they're called, the ghosts. You know what I'm talking about. And then in the 6th level, the final level, it splits into 3 things, and then it becomes a bottomless pit, and it throws different enemies at you. There's one of them that you fight in one area in mission 1, but in the next area it gets completely destroyed in the final mission. So it's like spread out and different, and besides, the platform is also different as well. The enemy variety is also different, and it's not even like comparing it when you're playing it on different difficulties. So this is like, I see this as such a non-issue, so...
Your character feels pathetic, slow, and weak, which is very weird considering that it is Virgil we're talking about. It takes him a literal hour to swing his katana out. It takes him a literal hour to swing his...
Uh-oh. No internet, why?
Katana in the... Annoying sometimes doesn't even work as intended, but I gotta say, doesn't even work as intended, but I...
Hold on, sorry, my internet's freaking out over no reason. Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Reboot Virgil is the best Virgil, gameplay-wise. I mean, I disagree. I think 5 Virgil is definitely up there, but I still really do like DmC Devil May Cry's Virgil. I like DmC Devil May Cry's Virgil. Virgil plays very good in this game, yep. Hell, DmC 4 and 5 literally takes Reboot Virgil stuff. Exactly, yes. That's what people never talk about. It's a bunch of your cameras in front of the video. Uh-oh. What do you mean? Oh no, hold on. Let me check that real quick. Is it? Oh, that's right, I didn't move it. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm an idiot. Anytime I say I do something stupid like that, please let me know. I think I'm very handsome, but not that handsome, okay, guys? So you're free to let me know when I make an oopsies. All right. Anyway. Literally an hour to swing his katana. Only in demon mode, but he's quick otherwise. Exactly. That's because, like, I don't think he understands how like the demon system or the angel system works. Like, we'll see later on where he completely criticizes the game for, it's like, oh, you're slow, the slow and heavy weapons are slow and heavy. Can you believe that, guys? And it's like, well, yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Like, that's always been in DMC. Even Agni and Ruja and Beowulf were slower compared to the Nevada and Cerberus, right? Like, this has been in the series.
Cavalier.
Yeah, and Cavalier, too. Cavalier's really slow. Oh, my God. Talking about slow. But it's clearly one of the greatest masterpieces of all time, so what do we know? So.
God. When you make that video, you just spam that line.
I will. I'm actually I've done it. I've done the edit for this video, for this response 2 times, but I'm gonna rewrite some elements from this stream and stuff like that. I feel like I can add more to it. Because the response that I made is about the same length as the actual video itself, but I'm going to add, obviously with the stream clips, I plan to add many more stuff. I do have certain things that I also want to fix as well, so I plan to make it really good. So, it's because of the stream, the video is going to turn out 10 times better, honestly. But anyway, I can't wait to spam that over every video. I did that with Susie. Because she didn't play the game. If you guys remember that was where Susie's like, every time I play the game, I always skip the cutscenes, and I use that meme multiple times. So I'll make sure to do that too. Anyway.
I gotta say.
Oh my god.
Oh. I love that line where she just like she talks to the devil trigger and she just gets into her like time to get in my devil trigger. I think I saw it in DmC 1.
Yeah. That's good. Anyway.
Judgment Cut is cool. New enemies add close to nothing to the game, the big doggos are pretty okay, but the Wisp is again another one of those guys that you have to do something to kill. Wow, what a new and refreshing concept. You are pretty weak against it.
All you have to do is shoot him with an arrow and then you can hit him. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, you can just jump cancel. It's actually very easy to jump cancel. It's for
Yeah.
Shoes because you have
Yeah,
swings. You have to do 4 consecutive swings of the slowest attacks known to mankind, and for some reason the damage you do just feels pathetic. I felt like enemies were dying more quickly at Dante Must Die when I played as Dante than here on the Nephilim difficulty that is below the Son of Sparta. Instead of just being a loser this time, Virgil becomes a pathetic loser. He runs around like a crybaby, saying that nobody likes him anymore, loses his heart, and becomes a literal edgelord because, get this, Mimi didn't like him as much as Dante, and this...
Bro, I still can't believe that this is the form of analysis that he takes, like, when it comes to the story. So, number one, the gameplay. He's obviously off because, obviously, slower things are going to be slower if they do more damage. This is just common game design. And he's not as powerful, sure, as Virgil in 4 and 5, but that's because he's not broken. In 3, even, he's broken, but in DmC Devil May Cry, he's actually well-balanced. Like, that's the problem with 4 and 5 Virgil that I always found an issue, was that, like...
He's broken in 3?
Well, he's slightly broken in 3. If you know how to... If you spam the summon swords, if you spam the summon swords at the same time you're doing damage, you can output a lot of damage to, like, certain bosses or certain enemies. And the summon swords in that game, I think, do more than the regular summon swords than it is in DmC Devil May Cry 4 and 5. That's why I said slightly broken. He's not, like, super broken. He's not as broken as in 4 or 5. But yeah, anyway, like I was saying, in 4 and 5, he's just unbelievably, like, used to the extent. I feel like 5% of his DmC player has jump canceled after a stream. Yeah. DmC is always broken, and the other version balance F. Yeah. Yeah, Virgil has always been broken, but the one time he isn't, he's like, the damage feels pathetic anyway. But the thing that I wanted to mention is the story. Oh my god, his analysis of the story is terrible. He's like, oh yeah, he runs around like a crybaby because Mother didn't love him, but, like, did he watch DmC 5? Like, there's literally, like, a cutscene in 5 where he's dealing with the apple, and he directly mentions how that was actually a contributing factor of Virgil feeling the need for power. Like, that's literally, it's not just implied, it's flat out said in DmC 5, right? So.
Let's see what his childhood was like in the reboot. Like, we don't really know much about that. We don't know, like, what drove him to become, like, I guess you would say manipulative.
Well, it's implied in the scene where they're, like, setting up the control units and stuff, where he mentions that he never had control as a kid, so he sought power through hacking and books and stuff like that, versus Dante saw it as a way to, like, kind of get laid and get used to living the way it is because, you know, he didn't feel like he had any power either, and that's something they connect with, which I feel a lot of people leave that cutscene out.
Yeah.
But I do wish we did get to see more. That's, man, they had such a good ground base for DmC Devil May Cry. I'm just so sad that they never followed through with it or never got the chance to. So, well, you know that the majority of a person don't know how to interpret text and history. So yeah, true, fair point. Anyway, all right, let's continue.